Evening. Hello, hello. Oh, who did I say hello yet? Lilo, hello. Metrovic, hello. Uncle Steve, hello to you. Quotenwagner, nice to see you. Panditech, hello. Avion, hello. And Mark, good me. Mark, have you guys been doing some dancing lessons? Like my wife and me. For my daughter's wedding in August. Yeah, so we booked after 30 years. We booked some dancing lessons, the good old waltzer and disco fox. Yeah, we have to refresh our memory there. For aviation, hello to you. Ghost, hello. Starminer, hello. Flockzap. But I think I guess Mark, you're probably a natural dancer, right? I'm not. I'm like a dancing. I don't know. I would say in German, I would say Muffel, Tanzmuffel. But yeah, no, I've got to practice. Goldfriend, hello. Ghost, hello. Yeah, so this is the routing for tonight. Of course, Mark, I expected nothing less of you. Right. Although a good question though, Mark. Do you guys? I mean, like, you know, of course you're going to dance on the wedding, but do you have like standard dances, like, you know, like the waltzer, waltz, or I don't know, yeah, like the traditional dances? Lisa did that in your youth. I had one dancing lesson when I was 16. So several dance lessons when I had 16. My mother forced me to do that, which I'm glad she did. That was actually in the UK, strange enough, back then. Then, because, you know, back then, when my father was still in the military, there were like really posh events going on from time to time, like once a year, twice a year, during Christmas time, etc., where even the family would attend, and there was always like classic dances being held. So yeah, we had to learn to dance. Yeah, and of course, I mean, freestyle dancing, right? It's you know, we all know that, but I mean, we call that twitching, right, in German, zappeln. But that's not traditional dancing, right? Yeah. So usually what happens in Germany at weddings is first you start out with traditional dances, you know, like a waltz. Man, this guy's really getting annoyed. He's really annoying me. He's being, you know, spawning in and out of my position there. Yeah, stream sniper. And then after a while, when people have had a few drinks, then, you know, then it all goes into freestyle, right? But yeah, okay, enough of that. This is a flight simulation stream. Not a dancing stream or anything like that. Good God. If this were a dancing stream, you guys would not be here. Trust me. Right. Okay. So this is one thing, guys, today. What I wanted to do is, since we've been to Corfu a couple of times. Hey, Ghost, you flying along? Fantastic. Yeah. Yeah, exactly what I think as well. Yeah, so I know we've been to Corfu a couple of times, and I've already been contacted by a couple of people here saying that you know, they've been to Corfu IRL from time to time, and I every time I do a visual approach, and I succeed, which I would say about 75% of the time I do. People always wonder, you know, how does it do it? Like, you know, are there any tricks? So what I've done, I've made a little file again. This is available right now in the subscriber files on Discord, where I talk a little bit about the advantages of digital approaches, why we still fly them even on airliners, and I don't mean the American style of visual approach where where you just, do a visual separation on final, right? No, I mean a visual approach. I mean, where you get into that standard approach pattern, right? And we'll talk about during the flight on how that normally looks like on a standard profile. But of course, we know that we're not doing several patterns. We're coming, from some direction towards the airport, right? Yeah, Avimar, I'll talk about that later as well regarding the specifics between Airbus and Boeing. And usually what happens is that we can come in from several directions. Yeah. And so the idea is we want to get the aircraft at a certain point in the pattern into the standard configuration. Right. It doesn't mean it has to be right at the start of the approach or of the pattern. If you're doing a base entry, obviously you're not going to have a downwind, are you? So just a base entry means you're going to have some sort of point in that pattern where you want to reach a certain altitude, a certain speed, and certain configuration. Right. You can even have a straight-in approach and do a visual approach. Even that I've done, a couple of times IRL. Yeah, Kalim, yeah. I do use Map Enhancement Pro, yeah. Yeah, I do. Right, regarding the flight or the time of day, I may change that simply because I want to have a daytime arrival time in Corfu. Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, View 1600, we'll see how X-Plane or Microsoft simulates that cloud base. We'll have a look, okay? If it's possible or not. But anyway, in theory, we'll talk about the options we have, and I may add some more items later on during. Yeah, if I remember that there's some more things I should put into that file. Yeah, Avimar, right? Clouds for the week, but we shall see. We shall see. And then that'll be the flight. I'll go through the briefing in a minute. And then what I would like to do after that is I want to go to Athens and I want to go into a A321 Neo because there was an incident 2 days ago. I think it was 2 days ago with a Lufthansa 321 Neo that actually had an evacuation. Now, I try to remember the last time there was an actual evacuation of an aircraft at Lufthansa, and that was a long, long time ago. And now I'm not going to analyze, what happened on that specific flight. What I want to do is I want to highlight a few specific points, and there's actually a couple of good key takeaways why we do certain things here in a flight sim, and then we'll talk about specifics that I think would be important. Hey, stick figure. And then we're going to fly the pattern.
Welcome aboard the Captain
and see what what challenges can arise in that pattern.
New subscribers, please make your way to the first class.
But again, it's not to analyze that specific
premium flight entertainment will be served.
Incident in form of why they decided to evacuate. They had their reasons, and we're missing all the important little pieces like what were the cabin crew witnessing, what were they reporting to the captain, that then eventually led to the decision by the captain to do the evacuation. And as always, we are not in a position to judge from our desks, right? If it was a good decision or not. That is up to the investigators to find out. There will be an investigation, obviously, because there were people injured. And then another interesting development was with the Frontier evacuation. So that Frontier flight that hit a person on the runway in Denver. And Blanco Lirio made an interesting video saying that, was that TriStar? Did he just land on 2.8? That's an ND11. Sorry, that's not right. That's an ND11. Could be just model matching. No, I never had to.
That's how pros do
yeah,
it.
I never had to evacuate. No, if I had. If I had ever had to do an evacuation, I would have told you guys. There would have been a story for sure. So no, luckily I've never been required to evacuate. Good. Before we start up the aircraft, before it gets loud, let me give you a quick overview of the flight today. And again, if you want to fly along, !route, we'll give you the routing. Okay, yeah, Ghost, I'll have a look in a minute. Although I can have a look now. Hang on. Nope. There we go. And let's have a look. Is that you here? You mean A9? Hang on. A9, no. 13. Left. Oh, the other right. Okay, yeah. So the right. Okay, there we go. I guess that's you then. Bradvader, hello. Good. Okay, so what I'll do, guys, once I've started up the aircraft, I will put a time to, I think, 2 hours earlier, so that we can make sure that we're going to be arriving at daytime, and then hopefully we have a good
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel
a good
subscriber
cloud base.
experience.
Lilienthal, hello.
Could new
Wie geht's dir?
subscribers please make your way to the
Good.
first
So the routing,
class cabin,
first of all,
where
is
complimentary
going
drinks, snacks,
departing
and
to
premium
8.
flight
Diggers
entertainment will be served.
departure.
Thank you.
Probably Diggers to Yankee, but we'll have a look later. And Flugzeit, Dankeschön. Thank you so much for the 32 months. And Stick Figure, sorry for the late call out. Stick Figure, thank you so much for the 20 months. Stick Figure, hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. And Flugzeit, 32 months, long time as well. Thank you so much, guys. So we're departing towards the east, just south of Lake Constance, then over the Alps, where we will fly past, let's have a look here. Okay, there's Bolzano. Yeah, it's over the Alps, Bolzano, then past Venice, just north of Venice. Then it's going to be Croatia, where we're going to have Split, Dubrovnik, Tivat, Tirana as well. And then we go down to Corfu. Weather-wise, let me just check weather. Yeah, so there may be some rain during the descent, but Corfu itself should be okay. So nothing major there. Flight time, 1 hour 49 minutes. Athens is the alternate airport, 1.9 tons of fuel required, 55 minutes flight time. We did calculate with a Neo Pratt & Whitney engines, average wind component 24 knots tailwind, cost index 34. And take a fuel 7.5 with a bit of extra 600 kilograms, just in case we do one go around, we could do a second round. Still suffering on the bike. Oh, are you indoor biking? I did the indoor run today. 3.2s in use IRL for takeoff. 3.2 here in Zurich. Okay, we'll have a look in a minute. Thanks, Ghost. Yeah, so block fuel about 7.7. That's what I'll aim for. We have some Sigmets, some thunderstorms, Athena, FIR, okay. Zurich 260, 15 gust, 25 temporary. I'm not sure why they would use 3.2, but okay, we'll have a look. Oh, I guess because they're landing 2.8 then today, because of the wind. Yeah, makes sense. 2.8 for landing, 3.2 for takeoff. Yeah, probably correct, yeah. Late, actually, they have temporary thunderstorms here as well now. No, it's tomorrow. Today's 13th, right? Yeah, today's 13th. Tomorrow, thunderstorms. Corfu, scattered 1800, scattered 8000, 1007. Tonight, during nighttime, some thunderstorms. But during our arrival, it should be okay. Should be fine. Athena, good weather. No threats for today. So all good on that. Quickly have a look at the NOTAMs, destination. There we go. Parking, operational. Oh, looking okay. Oh, interesting. Look at that. ILS 28 is US. So yeah, they'll be flying out of approaches today then in Zurich IRL. Cool. Good. The rest is as it should be. And then let's have a look at the weather quickly. ATIS. So we have interesting. Say intentions. I wouldn't take too much on that. Yeah. So we'll take 3-2 then for departure. So Lilital, how long on the bike are you cycling then? Just out of interest. Oh yeah, absolutely, Avimar. I watch videos, YouTube videos and Netflix videos as well when I'm doing indoor sports. Yeah, 100%. Good. Alrighty, let's have a look at the charts, taxi charts. I'm gonna have a quick look here for the parking stands. Yeah, we're parked here. I think it's 49, isn't it? Check in a second. So inner, then link 3 echo most likely, and then we'll talk go all the way down. Oh, sorry, 3-2 disregard. No, we've got to cross. So it's going to be Juliet crossing, and then towards Hotel 3-2 departure. Yeah, makes sense. 2-8 landing, 3-2 departure. Yeah, all right. Really? What? Hang on. You seriously? Every day you go 90 minutes? Blimey. Whoa. That is a lot. Right, quick check. Okay, so let me do the time to, let's do it 14:21, shall we? There we go, 14:21. So just to make sure that we have daytime when we arrive. Good, we got the landing gear lever down. We have start master switches off. Ignition is off. Flaps slats as it should be. Radar is off. Windshield wipers are off. Good for ground power. Oh yeah, I'm using KOSP sounds today. All right. And you guys are going to have to help me. If things are too loud, too quiet, please let me know. I can definitely arrange something with the sounds there. Eisi, wie geht's dir? The sounds here should be very good. I did some testing with the engine sounds. Very nice indeed. Let's get the ground control on here as well. There's a line. We'll leave the strobe lights off because we are on VATSIM. We're logged in, obviously. I'll have that. And then last day today with the database, guys. Tomorrow is going to be a new database. Just saying. Let's do flight init. Hey, Ferrari. Grüezi wohl. Aircraft is about, you mean like Avimar, the aircraft sounds right now are too loud? I can dial them down if they are too loud. What I can do, okay. So I can dial down the okay. Yeah. Alrighty. So we are Swiss 368 Zurich Corfu 34 costs next. Then let's have a quick look here on the.
Unable to find view ID 8.
Why is that? Hold on. EFB. iPad.
Cameras saved.
And that was 8, wasn't it?
Cameras saved.
There we go. Good. So charts, first of all. Let's load in Lima. Well, I have to clean up the folder here. It's just too much stuff in here. There we go. So that's our flight plan. Weight and balance. Let's just quickly check here for the ground service. Loading info. So we have 178 passengers, 63.2. Yeah, 63.2. And the fuel is supposed to be 7.7. So let's check the fuel here quickly. Yeah, 7.7 is all set. Fantastic. So we have loaded the aircraft correctly. Let's just get everything dialed up a bit here. Good. Alrighty. So next page we have estimate takeoff weight 70.7, landing weight estimated 67.1, which means we have a max landing weight of 67.4. Oh, we're gonna watch that just in case we get some shortcuts. Landing weight, we have to watch the landing weight. Blimey, didn't think it was going to be that close. Yeah, alternate fuel is 1.9. So I'm going to change alternate 1.9. Put that in there. Final time, 1 ton is good. That's more like the typical Neo fuel flow. That's all right. Good. All right, then let's depart runway 32. It'll be a Digger's departure. The only thing though now, let's have a look at which departure we can expect. Runway 32. Yeah, so the 5 Lima. So 5 Lima would be 1. What about restrictions here? No? No, looks okay. So I'll take the 5 Lima. Although, that's a nice one as well. I don't see any restrictions. So it's not time limited, I think. Yeah, even better. Right, disregard. So we'll take the 4 November. There we go. We'll take the 4 November. Ghost, is that what you had? As well? Good. Then we have our flight planned route. And to Pitas. Now, obviously, like we said, we would appreciate, obviously, a visual approach later on. The question is, if we get on the star regarding Pitas. Oh, interesting. Okay, actually, you know what? Actually, that's not bad, actually. Although, I tell you what, for November, hey Yoda, wie geht's dir? How were the exams? Ghost, yeah, for November departure. Okay, guys, what we're going to do is simply because I think I'll take this arrival. I'll tell you why. Because I think if we have runway 3, what was it? 3.2 or 3.4 here? 3.4 in use, then we would fly directly into departing traffic. Okay. So that's why I'm going to take this one away, and we will fly we'll fly the PTAS to Papa, to VMAT. That is normally the one we fly when we aim for a visual approach, because from VMAT we can fly the VUR Alpha, which will lead us directly to the airport. So what we could do, we could descend down to circling altitude and then see if we can see the runway. If we can't, then we're going to have to do a missed approach and fly a different approach. So we are going to stick to real-world procedures today, guys. Of course, if we can fly the visual to save some time and fuel, we'll do it. But we're going to have to clearly see the runway and the surrounding terrain and keep visual contact as well. 3 out of 3, GG's. Here's a round of applause for that. Well done, Yoda. And I know it's a lot of work. So much revising to do. Good. So that was the to Papa arrival then. Alrighty. So I'm going to check arrival. VUR Alpha. Here's still got 3.5, interestingly enough. Okay, so to Papa. Approach via VMAT. Let's check that. Let's go to plan mode here. Yeah, perfect. Can enter that. There we go. So far, so good, I would say. Wouldn't the Bravo be better? Let's check for the restrictions on that. I'm not sure if it's shorter, to be honest. The thing is that I would rather go to BDEX, because then from BDEX there's an RMP approach. Yeah, so I'd rather do the VR Alpha, misapproach BDEX, and then do the RMP. Yeah, sounds better, doesn't it? Yep, perfect. Alrighty. Good. Let's start the APU. Aviamar, for me, the reason to do a missed approach would be in case we don't fulfill the visual approach criteria. So we're going to have to stay on instrument procedures, right? So we can only continue visually once we are sure that we are below cloud, we could see the runway, we could see the surrounding terrain, and be sure that in the pattern we will not lose sight of the runway and the terrain. If we're ever in doubt, we wouldn't start the visual approach, or should we be in the visual approach and have misjudged the cloud layer and lose sight, we would have to quickly switch back again to go around into the missed approach path and join the instrument procedure again. Well, we'll see how that works out later. Alrighty. Good. So let's do a secondary flight plan copy. Oops, hang on. Copy active. And as always, we do a quick return. And those colleagues that had the APU fire indication in Athens, I'm pretty sure they did exactly that. But not only that, we'll talk about that on the second flight. It's not going to be a full flight, the second flight, but the scenario that we'll do on the second flight. Then I'm going to prepare for the ILS, although we don't have the ILS today. So what I'll do is I would plan for an RNAV 28. No start, no via. Now I can hear, for some reason, it's got, hang on. It's got, you see that? That should be in there. That should not be in there. It's kind of weird that on the MCDU it would bound some buttons there. It's not many. But I don't want to have, you know, type some letter on the MCDU and suddenly the flaps come out. That happened the last time. So I try to avoid that, okay? Right, but that should be it now. Okay, so then no star, and we'll have no via insert for the return. Then we'll do a fix info for the procedure, and if I remember correctly, there will be a special procedure here. Yeah, definitely. Hold on. So runway 32 is going to be 3,000 feet acceleration, and at 3 DNE from Kilo Lima Oscar. Let me do this first. So we would go track 314 initially until we hit the Kilo Lima Oscar 1485 3-mile distance. Oh, you see there's still a button there. I can hear that. Why is that? Pretty sure I heard something there. Shouldn't be. No. Oh, hang on. That's MCDU. Oh. Did I just... Yeah, I think I just broke some other connections there. We shall see. But again, we are on MCDU. MCDU. That should be good. Right. And then we'll have the 3 miles. Yeah, insert. So let me just check something quickly. That's good. That's good. Hang on. I think that's what I deleted. Flight control unit, EFIS. Huh? Should be right. Let's check one more thing there. There. Do nothing. Will that work? Auto thrust. Auto throttle. Auto throttle. That won't work now. Anyway, we'll find out during the flight. APU is available. So 3 miles, and then we said it's going to be right turn, proceed 335 radial from Kilo Lima Oscar. We can put that in here as well. Until 6.5. So we have to do that again on this page. So we'll have we'll put 7 in there because we can't put 6.5. So just prior to that, then right turn to Zurich East. Okay, let's check that here on the display. So runway track until we hit the first ring there. Then a slight left turn to Yeah, so slight left turn, 335 until we hit that ring, just prior, 6.5. And then we go right again to Zurich East. So that will be our engine up procedure. Good. Happy with that. Alignment is completed, looking good. Let's go down here as well. Constraint. Let's check the text on the departure route real quickly. So that's the 4 November. Initial climb is going to be 5,000. Yeah, so 5,000. And then we'll work out the performance quickly before I give you a briefing. Takeoff performance, runway 32, full length, wind. 1006. I'll put 1005 in here for calculations. And I'll put 17 degrees for calculations. Runway dry. Yeah, it's dry. Anti-ice off. 71 tons.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch
Hey,
channel
ProSource.
experience.
CG
For new subscribers,
29.5.
Please make your way to the first class
Yeah.
cabin.
For
where
takeoff,
complimentary drinks,
29.3.
snacks, and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Config automatic, air conditioning off, compute. Thank you so much, ProSource, for the 39. I hope you're doing well. Much appreciated. So config 1 plus F, flex 72 will take upper V1 there. Still gives us 425 meter stop margin for the upper V1, that's fine. More than 300 meters is perfect. V2, 152, up 0.4 on the trim. Green dot 223. And we have 77.6 max for the runway. So we'll have 1 up 0.4. 72 on the flex. Then it's going to be 149. 149. And then 152. Transition. Oh, itchy nose. 152. So we have NADP 1, 2920. And 4420. And engine out we set 3,000 feet. Cool. Did we get the wind data? Not yet. That was missing. Cruise wind, descent wind, all in. Fantastic. Now I am happy. Cool. Briefing, guys. So departure briefing. We did mention already, parked here at 49, pushback inner, Juliet, hotspot, crossing at Juliet, runway 28. Then we'll continue Juliet, Charlie, Kilo, Hotel 3, full length 32. Diggers for November Arnath departure up to 5,000 feet. So we'll climb straight ahead 2 miles, Kilo Lima Oscar. I'll enter that on the RATNAV. Kilo Lima Oscar, turn right, 329. At 40 meters from Kilo Lima Oscar, ball node 1, 4-engine aircraft. That's not for us. So disregard the 3.5. So 4 miles, turn right, intercept the Zurich East radial 254, so course 074 inbound until Zulu Hotel 503. And that's when the ANOF becomes applicable after passing that waypoint. And then it's 506 Kolul, Hotel 504, 525 Diggers. Diggers we have then to be 80 or above, which is fine. The FMS things we're going to be there at already 183 there. Oh, nice. Really? So guys, a German Sim Aviation, lovely person that we did a shared flight with, He made a video about a landing. It was even single engine landing in Madeira, right? And you won. Excellent. Congratulations. What did you win then? Oh no, your PC crashed completely. Ghost, no. Luli Pilot, hello. Martin, hello. Doing well. How are you, Martin? This is Aerosoft Zurich, and again, guys, we're flying on X-planes, so yeah, I did get the Elysium Heraklion scenery. I have it as well now. We'll fly there soon. The same. I've got Porto new scenery there as well. Hey, Sinamuk, good see you all. Good. So that's routing confirmed.
Hello, Black Box.
Hey Lee, guten Abend. Wie geht's dir? The sectors are 5,600, and then it's going to get even higher, 579,200 there. The white area, Contolea, would be 4,000 safe. So initially, let's say until Kolul, we have no problems at all at 4,000. Officially, sector 4.5 here as well. But yeah, once we get past Kolul, we're going to be getting up here. This shaded area would be 6,000 safe. So good. Engine out, straight out. We just briefed it already. Initially then going to Zurich East, acceleration 3,000. I'm going to climb 5,000. Prepare for an hour pre-approach, runway 28, back to Zurich. Hey Voyager, moin, wie geht's dir? Good. Specials, threats, guys. What do you see as specials and threats?
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit. Toes driving up.
Yeah, I see the same. High terrain. Definitely high terrain. Weather-wise seems okay. Currently uncontrolled.
Some doors are still opened, or the GPU or the ASU are still connected.
Oh, yes, you're right.
I'm waiting for all of them closed and disconnected, then I will proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, terrain, but otherwise I don't see any bigger threats today.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Good. Then we'll read the cockpit preparation checklist. Gear pins covers removed. Fuel quantity is 7,700 kilograms, balanced as ordered. Seatbelts on. ADIRS. NAF. And Bauer Ref 1006 set 3 times.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
And that's the cockpit preparation checklist complete. We'll continue with the before start items. Fuel pumps on. Beacon on. 22.8. ATC. Transponder 2000 on. Flight plan page. Cockpit door, windows, doors. Closed. Is it locked or unlocked? Locked. Good. Let's read the before start checklist. Parking brake is on. Takeoff speeds and flex. We have 149, 149, 152, flex 72. Windows, doors closed. And the beacon is on before start check is completed.
Zurich traffic, inline full front, departing on A2 traffic.
Ooh, gonna have. Actually, no, that's alright. Oh, they are departing 2-8. That's annoying. I'm not. I want to depart 3-2 now. So I should theoretically wait for the traffic then to taxi by.
Zurich traffic, Swiss 462, lining up runway 28. Zurich traffic.
I can imagine, yeah, 28 for plane spotting in Zurich must be nice. Lee, exactly, Lee, that's us. A ghost already posted it earlier, and so that's why we are departing 32. It's a beautiful 350.
Zurich traffic, Edelweiss 332, pushing fax, stand off, 10.
Zurich traffic, Edelweiss 445, airborne runway 28, departing Webit for Whiskey departure out of 2500.
So I'm just waiting for that traffic to start moving now. He could.
Traffic 6462 departing runway 28.
So he could be using.
Zurich traffic, please do the Kilo taxiing to runway 32 via Juliet, Alpha Kilo, holding short runway 28.
So he's taxiing as expected.
Starting pushback, and you may start the engines.
Nice. So the sounds should be very nice indeed. Right, let's listen up. Engine start. And yeah, we're going to do non-standard engine 2 start. Oh yeah, and of course we do have some cooling. Actually, no, we don't. No, Lee. At least I have not heard anything. Let's start engine 1. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Zurich traffic, Qatar 8 X-ray taxi to holding point runway 28 via Delta Hotel Bravo and Bravo 1. Zurich traffic.
Ridiculous. It's always funny how you guys have those emotes ready. Nice. Don't know what it is about those yellow tips on the wing bodies there, or on the flat fairings. I can't think that's a good idea because it's kind of signaling, you know, careful. Good, we have a good engine start. Let's do the after start flow. Flaps being set, spoilers armed. Let's do the flag controls. While we do that, we'll have the trim at up 0.4. Full up.
Operation complete.
Down.
Please set parking brake.
Full left, brake set. Full right.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Full rudder, full left. Seat back bit. There you go. It's loud again, so.
tower was disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. I'll see you next time. Have a safe flight.
Traffic behind the departing British Airways, Swiss to Delta Kilo 9 up runway 3 to Zurich traffic.
Right, waiting for the all clear signal here. Where is he? There he is, all clear. After start checklist, anti-ice off, not required. Ecam status checked, pitch trim up 0.4. Ready to trim neutral after start checklist completed. Oh, my push. Push to talk, push to talk, push to talk, push to talk. Trigger. PTT, is that the one? Oh, hang on, I should put X pilot actually. X pilot, push to talk. Alright, so we are taxiing. Let's have a look here. Love the sounds, really nice.
Zurich traffic, the advice 332, crossing runway 28 on Kilo.
So traffic, Swiss 368 taxiing Juliet holding short 28 in Zurich. Right, clear left side, clear right side. Let's go. Here's the howl. Cargo pilot, hello. Brake check. Brakes are working. Ow. But I mean, the howl on the Embraers was even more impressive, wasn't it?
Unable to find view ID 5.
Right, 5 and
Unable to
6.
find view ID 4.
I'm going to change a few things later.
Traffic 346, passing 2000, final call.
Yeah, exactly.
And Zurich traffic, premise 674, stand Alpha 3, push and start into inner. Zurich traffic, Swiss to Delta Kilo, departing runway 3 to via
Ooh, a 747.
Vegas 5 Lima departure, Zurich traffic.
Nice. Look at that.
Zurich traffic, Swiss to
Cargo, Qatar cargo.
Alpha 1 lining up runway 28 and waiting 1 minute to departure, Zurich traffic.
Okay, Swiss 368 at Juliet holding short 28. The traffic just lining up. May I just cross 28 quickly?
That's Swiss 28 as long we just need one more minute flight to run up. We did a second on the taxi.
Okay, a quick crossing 28 at Juliet, Swiss 368. I'll call you and clear.
Zurich traffic, Qatar 8 X-ray lining up runway 32. Zurich traffic.
Runway 28 is clear. Swiss 368.
And Swiss 7 with the Alpha runway 28 taking off
That is already retired, right? Yeah, it looks beautiful. I'm gonna go right here and I'll get myself behind the Edelweiss. I don't want to push in front. Good. Let's read taxi checklist. Flight controls checked. Flap setting config 1+F.
City traffic Swiss to Delta Kilo passing 4000 feet
radar predictive edge system on and auto,
kilo.
engine mode select normal, and ECAMINO takeoff. No blue. Taxi checklist completed. Right, let's watch that 747 departure.
32 is the active departing runway.
Honestly,
not
I
available.
can't wait for the 747 to come to Microsoft Flight Sim.
I know, because
And the 787.
the knots right.
Great times ahead of us. Right, let's sniff some APU.
28 is the arrival
break
runway
is set.
for now.
Oh, yes, please.
All time in Zurich.
Oh, yeah, let's watch that. Beauty.
Zurich traffic, Qatar 8 X-ray taking off runway 32, Zurich traffic.
You waiting for the 757, Lee? Okay, also nice, yeah. You doing some Condor ops with that? Yeah, Voyager. So apparently we're going to get the 787 first. Right. Well, it's taken a lot of the runway. Now it's rotating. GG's. Whoop! Jumped into the air there. Ah, yes, please.
Zurich traffic, Qatar 8 X-ray airborne.
Wow! Look at that climb. That can't be heavy. Oh! What?
Zurich traffic.
You've got to be kidding me. Did anyone hear someone calling in landing 14? Oh, it's not a 747. Yeah, I was just wondering. Well, how come that can be? Hey, welcome to VATSIM today again. Hey, above. All right. Why am I not seeing any traffic? Hang on. Let's put that to on.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, I haven't
welcome
seen the
aboard the
traffic.
Captain Black Box infotainment experience.
Hey, Double Sin.
New
Oh, Double
subscribers
Sin
should now
Valley.
pick up their past first
Thank you so much for the
class.
tier 1.
Thank you.
Appreciate that very much. Yeah, Master. Yeah, me too. I'm glad I'm sitting here. So, Double Sim Valley. Here's a round of applause. Thank you so much for joining the community. Appreciate your support.
Immediate takeoff after the landing Lufthansa has vacated.
Yeah, better after, I would say.
Lufthansa 6 guys are sorry that you gelandet das muss ich tut mir leid.
Oh, at least he excused himself. That's alright. Good.
Lufthansa 6 Modification.
Middle line 332 taking off runway 32, take us for November departure.
Oops. Smith 368 lining up waiting runway 32 in Zurich. TCAS is on. Right. Lineup checklist. We have takeoff runway 32 full length confirmed. TCAS TARA. Pack 1 and 2 off. Strobes are on. Cabin crew. Oh, love that.
traffic, the Airline 332 is airport.
Look, it sounds very nice, I agree. Did a 787 lineup again. Oh. Hey. Right, let's see who else is here with me. Oh, I'm the only one. That's alright, I'll wait a few more seconds. Good. Alright, in case engine failure, straight out to 3 miles, Kilo Lima Oscar. Then we'll turn, intercept that rated outbound until 6.5. Then right turn Zurich East, acceleration 3000. You guys. Right, here's 5 miles. Zurich traffic. Swiss 368 departing 32 in Zurich. Take off. Oh. No. This one. There we go. Now I've got everything set. Oh, it's zoomed out again. Oh, hang on. 100 knots checked. Thrust was set. E1. Rotate.
Zurich traffic, Munich 74 taxi to hard short.
Positive right.
Delta 3 for the runway 30. To via Alpha and Kilo.
Hey Beaver. No, that's a Moser. The Moser with the FS projects. So here we got thrust climb. Now it's an NDVP1, so the acceleration phase will happen a lot later. Which means I can do this. Figure the video. So 5,000, but we can continue climb. There's no control here. Right, thrust climb, 370. Turning right. Oh, and the packs, of course. Ay. It didn't complain just yet, just in time. And we didn't have to land. Oh, where's my co-pilot? Let's get the autopilot on. Exhausting. There's the airport. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful Zurich area. Hey Beaver, how you doing? So we still have 210 speed limit until the next waypoint there. So until Zulu Hotel 503. 210 knots. Once we hit that, we'll have auto flap protection. Here it comes.
Traffic, Airline Sierra Papa landing up 32.
Oh, it's struggling a bit with nav mode today. We'll overshoot here. A bit of tailwind, but still. Interesting.
Traffic 674 crossing roadway 28.
Yoda, I just thought the same. I thought the same, that the retraction was actually pretty fast. I would agree with that, yeah. It felt fast, yeah. So look at the cabin. Where's my...
Zurich traffic, Mr. 4, which is indicated, which is taxi via Kilo to hold short.
Unable to find VUID 4.
Zurich traffic, Sierra Papa, taking off.
Unable to find VUID 5.
Just need to switch some viewpoints around.
Camera saved.
It's raining. Flaps 0. Speed is checked. Flaps 0. Disarming the spoilers. Already at 11,000 feet here. Standard set cross-checked. Let's go off. Temperature is 0, so let's get some engine anti-ice on.
The traffic, Lufthansa to November Juliet from the LS runway 28, 9 miles out.
Oh, environment, hang on. Yeah, I'm just going to leave that as is. Hang on. Let's see if that's now. That's better, right? Yeah, internal. Yeah, interesting, right? And I never noticed that the flaps would retract that fast on Toliss before. Good, we're en route. Past 10,000 feet, so we have lights off. Let's do the fix info. Hang on. Fix info clear. That's 4 of them.
Zurich traffic, maybe 674 lane.
Secondary flight plan, copy the active again. And RATNAV, clear Cloten. And that's all that's missing now is the seatbelt signs. Oh, ATC data link standby. Huh? Why is that? ATC data link standby. It's on here. Didn't I put a hobby code in? Hang on. I did. Oh, is Hoppy still offline, guys? Anyone know? It looks like it. I know that they're moving servers, but I thought that was last weekend. Yeah, it's not responding. They're back online, so how come
Traffic, Lufthansa to November Juliet on short final runway 28.
Let me try something quickly, because I'm not sure if I entered someone else's Hoppy code when we did shared flight. Just gonna check that quickly. Give me a second. Kopieren. Paste. Check. Okay, but so it's not receiving anything here. It's a shame because obviously. Right, let's save those preferences.
Zurich traffic, Fox, Fanima, turning base runway 28.
32455. Blimey, that scared the hell out of me. It's so loud.
leaving München. Blue German cargo 8413 with you.
Lufthansa Cargo 8413, München identified.
München, grüß Gott. Die Swiss 368 passing 200 climbing 370.
Swiss 368, München identified. Squawk 0621, climb to flight level 290.
Squawk 0621 and stop climb flight level 290. Swiss 368. 290 blue. So it's not going through for me at least. Gonna see some sunshine in a minute. Getting above the clouds here. Anyone else know how come it's giving you the ATC? I mean,
Portugal 70 Victor Echo.
that has to do with the Hoppy system, right? Because I've entered the code.
Portugal 70 Victor Echo.
It says here data link available.
Descending level 350.
It worked for you
Portugal
yesterday.
70 Victor Echo.
Interesting. Let's go
Swiss
back.
368, proceed direct Otres.
Okay, that doesn't work anyways. Config. Ah. But that as well.
Swiss 368, proceed direct Otres.
No, Swiss 368 direct to Otres. Dankeschön. Otres direct.
70 kilo, descend at 2,500 feet per minute or greater.
So here it is. Otres, beam points as always. Selected. Insert. Right we go.
Lufthansa 70 kilo, descend at 2,500 feet per minute or
Interesting.
greater. 2,500 feet per greater, Lufthansa 70. Egypt Air 779, monitor the cost.
So, Basic TAS, or Basic, thank you so much for the kind words. Greetings to Turkey, boardroom.
0436 Alpha, München identified.
Hope you're doing well.
Descend to flight level 170.
Descending flight level 170.
That's nice.
What's the Alpha?
Beeline 4 kilo, monitor the cost.
Monitor Unicron, Beeline 4 kilo, thank you very much.
Beautiful views of the Alps below us there. Wonderful.
München Red. Lufthansa also 9er with information Charlie on board. Flight level is 65, descending 4000.
Lufthansa 429, München radar identified. And,
So today I'm using the
contact
a different map setting. So today I find it a bit laggy.
Lufthansa 429, Roger, out of Juliet.
Because the last couple of times it was really smooth. FPS are fine, 50 FPS, so that's not the problem. So maybe the settings are a bit too high for the ground textures.
Julia.
Yeah, still a bit of turbulence. Right, I know it's a sensitive topic. At least last time we discussed this. Even though most of us shared the same opinion regarding 15 minutes ago, regarding the behavior of some passengers during an evacuation, right? So I think most of us agree that it is vitally important that you follow the instructions given by the cabin crew and the cockpit crew, right? I don't think we even have to discuss that. Right, let's get this off. So apparently from some initial reports on that Frontier flight, let's go quickly, better speed. The Frontier flight that it did the RTO in Denver. So from the initial reports, like I said, apparently as the evacuation was called out, 3 men somewhere in the aircraft, I presume somewhere at the rear of the aircraft, pushed past the flight attendant who was just opened the door and was waiting for the slide to inflate. But those 3 passengers ignored the instructions by the cabin crew and just jumped into this slide that was not even fully blown up at that point. So apparently they jumped into the slide, breaking it. Right, because obviously if the chute isn't fully deployed, you can rip it out of its position. It does have some.
Swiss 368, 102, willkommen, goodbye.
368, over to Gütekommen. Dankeschön, tschüss. So whatever happened, that slide broke apparently, so it was unusable, which to me is just unbelievable, right? Because let's say you have a fire on the right hand side. You have 2 slides, front and back, and maybe 1 overwing. If passengers manage to open that, if they listened to the instructions and read the emergency card, but if then one of those exits, you know, is blocked because the slide is broken, the right hand side probably won't be used because of the fire, then literally you would have just 1 or 2 slides remaining on an A321neo with potentially 220 passengers on board that want to evacuate. Right. So, I mean, usually what happens, we talk about this later as well when we do the simulation of the APU fire that the Lufthansa 321 had in Athens, and I'll talk about some specifics, not of this flight per se, but specifics regarding preparations of an evacuation, dealing with such an emergency. You know what cockpit crews usually do prior to departure. That enables you to return within like 10 to 15 minutes and get everything prepared. But once you're on the ground, and if I'm going to climb 370 here in a minute, if you may have to do an evacuation, the captain, after coming to a stop on the runway and having set the parking brake, one of the first items the captain will do is get on PA and call out, for example, attention crew on station, attention crew on station. That gives the cabin crew an alert signal to get up out of their seats into their evacuation positions, check the inside and the outside of the aircraft for any cues like smoke, fire, etc. All right. They will then, if they notice anything, they will then give the information to the cockpit crew, like a smoke, some smoke or odors. The cockpit crew works through the evacuation checklist and will take in any further information, be it from the tower, be it from the fire brigade, be it from the flight attendants. And at the end, if we look at the checklist, there's a question: evacuation required, yes or no? And then there's only one person on board that is allowed to make that decision, and that is the captain. The captain will always communicate with the first officer, about a potential evacuation and decisions, should we evacuate, yes or no. But once the decision by the pilots is made, the only person that is going to call it out is the captain. Right? So as long as the captain is not incapacitated, it's going to be the captain that has to call it out. Right? Now, once the captain calls out passenger evacuation, what happens is, first of all, the cabin crew will shout out some instructions. So they will very likely tell you, it depends on the airline obviously, but for example, seat belts off, what was the other command? Seat belts off, leave everything, get out. Yeah, leave everything, get out. Those are the three. They changed the commands at some point, but that was it. So seatbelts off, leave everything, and that means leave everything. Leave your laptop, leave your bags, right, as instructed 1,000 times, and then go to your nearest exit. That you should you should have looked at where the nearest exit is, right? As you board the aircraft, as you've taken the seat, you should know by then where your nearest exit is. That's where you're going to proceed to, okay? What's that sound? Oh, the raid. Thanks so much. So 3x kilo. 3 times kilo. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everyone. We are today in the A320 Neo. Toliss on X-Plane 12. We're flying to Corfu. Thank you much, Yorda, for the shout out. Yeah, if there's smoke in the cabin, you would lower your head, obviously. You'd breathe through some textiles that you have available. But here's the deal. When the flight attendants make the call, seatbelts off, leave everything, get out, they have not opened their doors yet. Or the evacuation hatches over the wings, right? Yeah, exactly, Quotenwagen. Don't film, right? So they make that call, seatbelts off, leave everything, get out, before they open their door. So once they've done that command, they will then turn to their doors, their exit, look outside one more time, make sure the exit is clear to open. They will then open the door in flight. They would check obviously that the slide isn't in flight, or the door is in flight. They open the door, the slide will fall out and inflate. That takes anywhere from 5 to 10 seconds until that slide is completely usable. If you jump into the slide before the cabin attendant gives you the instruction, you're going to hurt yourself. Because these aircraft are quite high, right? Think about, an A340, a 747. You try to jump out of the exit without the attendant telling you to do so, you're potentially going to kill yourself, right? So you wait at the exit until the flight attendant gives you the instruction. Jump, slide, run away, especially upper deck. Yeah, exactly. So jump, slide, run away, or jump, slide, stay at the bottom of the slide, pull people off the slide and send them away, right? They have different instructions. But only then should you then jump into the slide, right? So it's so important to follow the clear instructions by the cabin crew. Trust me, they train once a year very, very rigorously for these situations on board. So please, 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 should you ever encounter such a situation on board, which I hope you never will, but should you...
November 269 Lima Golf Taxi Echo Delta Roman 19.
Then please just follow the instructions given to you. Don't try to be a smartass and think you know everything better. Even I, after 30 years of flying, even I will shut up until I'm told to do something. Right? I will follow the instructions given to me. Right? So ego aside, right? Just follow instructions and then you'll be safe. It's so simple. Right? So the same thing on the evacuation in Athens. There were some video recordings where people will take in their rucksack, their bags out of the over bin, and apparently one of the flight attendants says, "Leave it on board," and then somebody was saying apparently, "But I need my laptop," and then the answer was, "You don't need your laptop, you need your life." Exactly, right? Yeah, exactly. Right. Sven, you're like, but I need my laptop? What? Right, I mean, okay. But anyways, in principle it's so simple, but it's incredible how some people make it so hard for everyone else. Right, let's climb 370. Just to make sure that the path is clear. We got thrust climb. Alt blue 370, climb 370, cruise is good. That aircraft is flying ahead of me. No issues, terrain. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I mean. So yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible. Now, I would assume that we had these issues all along, right? A number of people ignoring instructions, taking their belongings with them, blocking the way. And my thought initially when I saw the Lufthansa evacuation, I was like, this looks like a normal disembarkation. Right? I mean, it's good nobody was in panic, apparently, but also people just sitting there and like, I was wondering, like, 90 seconds? Everybody's supposed to be off in 90 seconds? No, that must have taken like 10 minutes, by the look of things, right? So, yeah, it is interesting nowadays because everyone is filming, so we're getting these video recordings all the time now. But it's interesting to see all that stuff. Yeah, quite annoying. Absolutely. So normally people will be collected. You will get transported to a separate area in a terminal somewhere, and then once the fire brigade and the authorities give the clear signal that the aircraft can be offloaded, then I guess the luggage will be brought to the terminal for the passengers. Now the luggage on board, that's an interesting question. Now, if it's safe to come back on board, I don't know if they would organize buses to bring passengers back into the aircraft to let them take out their belongings. I doubt it. I would say that more likely people, the ramp agents, the loaders will take that stuff as well, and there will be police there. There will be some authority looking over that, I would presume. And then, that will be handed out as well. Now, your personal belongings are insured on board. Okay, so if you say afterwards, my laptop is missing, it hasn't been found, it will be insured, right? And again, let me give you a little tip then. If you think personally you have some belongings you will need to have when you have left the aircraft, for example, medicine, maybe your wallet with your credit card and your ID card or something, right? If you need these smaller items or keys, for example, get a little bag, get a little something you can put around your waist or put around your shoulders, not shoulders, but somewhere, that is not obstructing when you go and evacuate. Okay. The clouds are great. Yeah, I agree. So yeah, nothing major, so nothing that is obstructing. But if it's like in your pockets of your trousers, or if it's a very small belt, Yeah, or cargo pants, or like a belt. How would you call that? You know the little kind of, you know, small bags you can put on your belt. I don't know how we would call that in English. I mean that's fine. Nobody will ever, you know, have a go at you if you have that on your waist, right? And it's not non-obstructive, but it's big enough to get your keys, your medicine, and your wallet in there, right? A bum bag is it really a satchel? Bum bag, little satchel. Fanny pack in the US. Hey, Captain Chaos. Okay. Oh yeah, and somebody was asking about the yellow markings here on the flap fairings. Yeah, this is just you know, for the ground personnel to be aware when they drive around the aircraft on the ground with their little baggage carts and so on, to be careful with the flaps. Or the fuelers, for example, as well, right? It's interesting that there's not many aircraft that have those markings. I think I've only seen them on the Swiss aircraft. Terrain ahead? No, honestly, I think anything you have to carry freely in your hand will cause an issue. The same for anything that has like a holster or has like you know, some sort of belt, a loose belt. That's always an issue when you evacuate. You could entangle somewhere, so that's not a good idea, right? So it really has to be literally either in your pockets, or it has to be, you know, just a little satchel on the belt. But anything hanging loosely around the neck, don't do it. No, don't do that. Singapore. Oh yes, you're right. Singapore Airlines has them as well. Yeah. Oh really? So Espresso Kate, you had to evacuate an aircraft once in Canada. You threw your purse over shoulder and out. Okay. Yeah, but again, just saying. Anything, so you had it on your shoulder, okay, but anything that goes around your neck, for example, be careful, right? You could really hurt yourself with that. Oh, that's is that the River Po in Italy? Definitely over Italy. Yeah, to the right will be Venice. So, it's a bit far in the distance, hard to see really. Looking inside. Oh, there it is. Oh, here we go. That's the Venice airport. Here's Venice. Venezia. Is it really Dave Cat? I can check my connection, not dropping any frames. Connection on YouTube says very good. So there should be no problems. But I mean, I do use Restream, so you never know if there's a bit of a lag sometimes there. Why do armrests need to be down for landing? I guess it just has to be with stabilization, sideways movements. I would assume. Svenja says no issues. Dankeschön, Svenja. Hit terrain ahead. I know. I'm aware of the fact that, you know, a lot of people are obviously, you know, not inclined to buy the same scenery for two different platforms, right? You know, same kind of aircraft for two different platforms. So I fully understand. But I mean, this looks good. No, we just talked about the evacuation stuff in the Frontier flight and the Lufthansa flight. Cool. Before we talk about the visual approaches, I'll just make some screenshots here, and then so I can use my laser pointer. Because as always, I want you guys, if you are using flight sims, I do want to see if we can improve your skills a little bit, especially when it comes to visual approaches. All right. A skill issue. You said that, Yoda, not me. You said that. Right, hang on. Good, let's put that there and those photos. Photos. My iPad, I think it's overloaded. It's just getting so slow. As well, let me cut that, crop that a little bit. There we go. So I've got that, and I'm happy with that as well. Cool, excellent. Alrighty. So let's have a look. Okay, it's not showing. Why not showing? Let's do there. Oh, that's cool. So, there we go. Isn't that beautiful? I made that. I'm so proud of that. I made that yesterday. Good. That is as you can see, a standard visual pattern. Now, normally, this will be like a takeoff, crosswind, downwind, and then we continue downwind base and final touch and go, and so on, right? That's the idea. Have I ever heard of terrain ahead? I mean, yeah, I did hear the enhanced ground proximity terrain ahead, but not the pull up. Oh, actually, I did hear the pull up, terrain pull up on the 737 when I was a first officer, but that's a different story. Now, when we fly a visual approach. Now, why do we fly visual approaches? Which is also interesting. Hold on. Let me get my... Oh, hang on. There we go. So why do we fly visual approaches? So visual approaches for airliners are flown to improve efficiency while still maintaining a safe separation and the stabilization criteria. So the important thing to understand is, for an airliner, a visual approach is an IFR approach, right? So you don't cancel IFR. Like, for example, you're flying along GA to an uncontrolled airport somewhere, and then you say, we've got the airport inside, canceling IFR. Airliners don't do that. Airliners never ever cancel IFR, okay? So when we get cleared for a visual approach, we're not flying VFR, right? So we're flying an instrument approach procedure. However, we are navigating ourselves towards a runway by visual cues. Okay, and of course there you have a certain amount of freedom. Okay, so if the airport or the controller gives you some restrictions, and I remember, for example, in Dresden, there was a restriction, you had to be on final 7 miles out on centerline, right? So you weren't allowed to fly a closer pattern and intercept the final at less than 7 miles from the runway for noise abatement reasons, okay? But if there is no restriction coming from the from ATC, air traffic control, or if you don't see any other restrictions in the airport information of the approach plates, for example, then you would try to fly a visual approach pattern close to your standard pattern. And why do we do that? Well, we do that because at some point in the pattern, wherever we join that pattern, there are certain standard values that we have to reach and maintain from that point onwards. And I'll show that, I'll talk about that in a minute. So we have, I would say, 3 anchor points on that visual pattern that give us a clear instruction on what kind of flap setting we should have, what kind of speed we should have, if the landing gear should be out or in, and what our altitude should be with or in relation to the runway. Okay. However, so a huge advantage is that it reduces the track miles, it keeps arrivals moving faster, ATC can shorten the spacing. So for the airline, the aircraft, you can maybe do a continuous descent. You have less vectoring, less track miles, lower thrust settings, you have shorter flight distance, so lower fuel burn, less delay, reduced emissions. And so that's a major operational advantage to fly visual approaches. Now, even though it's called visual, airliner crews still use instruments heavily, monitor stabilized approach criteria, 1,000 feet above the runway, 500 feet above the runway, and often back up the approach with an ILS or an RNAV. And yes, we do follow the company SOPs strictly. So most airlines still require the stabilized criteria by a certain altitude, often 1,000 feet in IMC or 500 feet in VMC, depends on the airline. You have to have proper energy management, and then you have to be ready to go around if you're unstable. So since we don't fly visual approaches that often, there is obviously a certain likelihood you may misjudge. But hey, it can happen. You go around and do another pattern. Simple as that. But again, be ready to go around if unstable. Good. Now, risk challenges. Now, visual approaches can actually increase the risk if the weather deteriorates. So you lose sight of the terrain, sight of the runway. You can lose situational awareness, especially at night time. Remember that you are allowed to fly visual approaches at nighttime, unless it clearly states that your company SOPs don't allow for it, or certain airports don't allow for it. For example, Tirana. TVAT. TVAT, you're not allowed to do the circlings at nighttime. So there may be some restrictions in that. But yeah, lose situational awareness, become unstable, right? Or you get too close to terrain or other traffic. Right. So risks are descending too early, misjudged spacing, or relying too much on outside cues. Right. So typical airliner techniques. So even during a visual approach, crews often tune and monitor the ILS. Right. There's no problem with that. Right. You're not showing weak airmanship if you back your approach up with an ILS. It helps you, right? They may still use flight director autopilot. You may switch them off. You may use them. It's up to you. You may keep the vertical guidance, right? And you can fly it almost like an instrument approach if you program, certain key waypoints, for example. You can do that if you want. So the key to successful flying a visual approach lies in getting as close as possible to the standard visual approach pattern, regardless of where the aircraft is approaching the airport from. Right? And so let's have a look at the theory of that. So I'm going to give you some guidelines here, and you can see that I've drawn in 3 key points there. Right. Why is it allowed? No, so the continuous descent, of course, Master Ugwe, depending on where you get the approach clearance, you can kind of make your own pattern to just continuously descend without having to level off at certain key points. If it works, it won't always work, right? But nonetheless, so imagine if you fly such a short pattern, we talk about 2.5 to 3 miles offset to the runway, and you're going to intercept the final around about 3 miles from the runway. So instead of doing a 10-mile vector around the whole airport, right? It can definitely save time if you yeah, goes exactly. So why not use the glide slope indications, right, to help you with the final turn? Right. Good. Let's do the easiest straight in kind of approach, right? So let's say you're coming from the north today and runway 16 would be in use. That would be a straight in visual. So of course you wouldn't fly a pattern, right? No, you would go straight in. So you're going to have to kind of find a fix somewhere. It doesn't have to be at 3 miles. I mean, that could be a second window, but you could maybe put a first window about 10 miles out. So we know 10 miles out should be around about 3,000 feet altitude above the runway, correct? 3 miles per 1,000 feet on a 3-degree profile. So then you have to have, okay, so if I want to be 3,000 feet at 10 miles from the airport, you could program a fix into the FMS. Some kind of visual reference point. Whatever you want to do that, right? Helps you visualize the approach. But then you've got to think about, okay, so in what kind of energy state do I want to be in at that point? So obviously, if you want to start the whole approach at 3,000 feet above the runway, you can intercept that glide slope at around 9 miles, right, 9 to 10 miles, to stay on the 3-degree profile. So how do you normally descend? So when you're on an ILS, let's say you're flying an A320 like today, you're on the ILS, you're going to be like flaps 1 or flaps 2, and the gear is up, correct? So you would be like maybe flaps 2, 170 knots indicated, and the gear is up at that point. And then you go at 3,000 feet, 9 miles out, you descend 2,000 feet above the ground, lower the landing gear, etc., etc. Right? So you have your pre-selected windows where you want to be at a certain altitude and at a certain airspeed and at a certain configuration. So if you're flying 250 knots, you're coming down 250 knots, you can do that, right? Unless ATC says you have to slow down, but let's say ATC says you're the only traffic, fly 250 as long as you like. Well, all then you have to manage is how many track miles will it take you in level flight to slow down from 250 miles to get to flaps 2 and 170 knots. I would say approximately 5 miles. Right. So then you have another window further out at 15 miles, let's say, where you want to reach 3,000 feet at 250 knots. So it's idle power descent, 250 knots, reaching 3,000 if the terrain allows for that, 15 miles out. And then you just keep the engine power at idle and you slow down. You turn down the commanded speed to 170 knots. On schedule, flaps 1, flaps 2. Right. Ghost, it depends on the aircraft, and obviously here in the flight sims, it depends on, you know, how slippery the aircraft are. I mean, you're gonna have to try, you know, and find out for yourself. But I would say 5 miles from 250 down to 170 knots, flaps 2 should work. I mean, if you want a bit more, take 7 miles. Right? You don't have to have it perfectly correct. Right? Good. Again, you try. I'm just giving you some numbers. Avimar, I'm just giving you some numbers. You try. You optimize as much as you like. The only thing you shouldn't do is be at 230 knots in clean configuration, hitting that 3,000 feet 9 mile spot. That's not going to work. You're going to have to use speed brakes, and you know things are going to go very fast, get unstable. Okay, so the ultimate goal is here at 3 miles. How high should we be? 1,500 feet, right? Oh, sorry, no. At 3 miles, 900 feet. So here 3 miles, 9. So at 5 miles, which should be 1,500, and at 3 miles, it should be 900 feet. Okay. So at 1,000 feet, we have to be with the normal stabilization criteria. We have to have final landing gear, so get landing gear out. We have to have final flap configuration, be on speed, on path, and aligned. Okay. That is then the window for straight in. Easy, right? Let's talk about the next case, a base entry. So we're coming from, let's say again, the north. Runway 27 is in use. And we're going to have 2 windows here, correct? One is going to be at the turn to base, and then the next window is turn to final. So you could draw in, right, on the nav display, a 3 mile circle around the landing runway, and kind of visualize that base entry point. Hey, with this baby. Yeah, I know, but you know, wherever it's possible, you know, you should try and keep your skills, right? Keep your skills sharp. So how should we reach this point here then? So this point here is a bit more challenging, isn't it? Because usually it's a pattern at 1,500 feet above the runway. And here usually we have flaps 2 in the Airbus and flaps 15 on the Boeing, let's say. Okay. So we got to do a bit more preparation, because we're going to have to reach 1,500, but also slow down again to flaps 2 and 170 knots and be ready to lower the landing gear right here. Because this is the point in the pattern here where we have the time elapsed, 3 seconds per 100 feet, plus minus wind component, time elapsed, base turn, gear down, right? So you have to take that into account. And if you are a bit too high and a bit too fast at this point here, it's going to be tough to configure the aircraft, descend, and stay in the slot for the final descent. Right, so this is a bit more challenging, no doubt. Okay, so maybe to do it a little bit more elegant, I would actually choose for slowing down, as I'm still a little bit high. Let's say I'm at 3,000 feet here. Slow down already, start configuring, and then trying to aim for the 1,500 feet here. Right. But yeah, so again, 1,500 feet, flaps 2, 170 knots, ready to load the landing gear at this point here. Right, and use your skills. Use your imagination, use your skills to get to that point. Right? Good. The downwind entry is a little bit easier. So if we're coming from the east, if we're coming from the west, so we're going to fly downwind, base, and final. It's a bit easier. We have more time, correct? So then we have this window here at the beginning of the downwind, right? And here we can either, I mean, I've put down flaps 2 here, which is not necessary. You could go flaps 1 and flaps 5 for Boeing. And then, you know, just slow down until you get to beam, start timing. And then we have, again, the 3 seconds per 100 feet height. So at 1500 standard pattern altitude, it's going to be 45 seconds. If you have 5 knots tailwind, you would subtract 5 seconds. So 40 seconds outbound for the base turn. Right? If you have 5 knots headwind, which you shouldn't have, but should you have 5 knots headwind, it's going to be 50 seconds until you get to the base turn. But again, the ultimate goal is this window here. You want to be at flaps 2, flaps 15 for the Boeing aircraft, 170 knots, 160 knots, around about there, and be ready to load the landing gear. And 1500 feet, that's very important. Now, do we always nail the 1500 feet? No, we don't. I've had many visual approaches, especially I remember the ones at Krakow, where we would get to clearance very early on, but they would leave us very high initially. So you had a hard time to reach the 1500 feet pattern altitude. So here again, the idea is use your skills and imagination, slow down. So the first thing I would do is slow down. So get the kinetic energy out of the aircraft. Because then I can add drag through flaps and still use the speed brakes and then descend down to pattern altitude. Right. So these are the options you have. Yeah, Ghost. I mean, again, like I said, you do whatever you think helps you fly a stabilized pattern. And so the idea is, the ultimate goal is to not waste too much fuel, not make the pattern wider as necessary, because what you can do, obviously, if you're too fast on the outbound and still too high, well, you would extend the outbound a bit, right? You cannot turn base if you still have like 3,000 feet above the ground here, right? It doesn't work. It'll end in a go around. So if you are like 3,000 feet here, well, it's going to extend another, let's say, 3 miles, right? Or maybe 2, and then slow down, base turn. Perfectly fine, right? Well, terrain ahead again. Like I said, whatever works best for you. I'm just giving you some numbers, some ideas, and you do whatever you feel is best. Now, the reason why I'm not a fan of going high speed into the downwind is. So first descend and then bleed off is the higher workload, the high kinetic energy, which you can of course manage by then adding the drag and slowing down. It works. But again, I'm more the person that rather slows down and then having the option for as much drag as I need, then to lose the altitude. Aviomar, not necessarily. Usually when you get a visual approach clearance, there shouldn't be traffic, because then it's not a standard visual pattern anymore, Aviomar, because then it will say, do you see the traffic 5 miles final? Okay, yeah. So how would the ATC then say, for an airliner, follow that traffic, cleared visual approach? I mean, like, he could or she could do, right? But, I mean, that's going to make things a lot more complicated. So normally, that's at least my experience here in Europe, when you get a visual approach clearance, you literally have free play. There is no one in your way. Yeah, Ghost, exactly. Yeah, Master, well, that if it ends that way, then it ends that way. I mean, So there we go. Okay, so So the normal pattern, if you look at a normal visual pattern, right? So abeam the runway initially, you would say flight directors off, for example. Use track FPA. You slow down to green dot, minimum clean speed. Then on the downwind, before you reach a beam position, you get flaps 1 or flaps 5 in the Boeing, right? 1500 feet above the runway. Nice and slow down, right? At flaps 1 speed or flaps 5 speed here. Then a beam, you press the stopwatch, 3 seconds per 100 feet height, plus minus tailwind component. And then as you go from the beam position down to the base turn position, you slow down to flaps 2 or flaps 15 speed. Hey, Yanis. So then the next goal would be, the next window would be flaps 15 or flaps 2 here at the base turn. Right. And at the base turn, so time elapsed, base turn, gear down, arm speed brakes, spoilers. Now maintain altitude. Normally you maintain altitude, bleed off the speed first, and then go to your next configuration or the final configuration, right? 3 or full or 25, 30, 40, whatever is required for Boeing. And then look for the, 3 miles, 2.5 miles between 900 to 700 feet intercept. And then 500 feet latest, aligned with the runway, on correct path, on the correct speed, configuration, checklist being finished already, and then you are stable. If you're not stable, go around as usual, and then do another pattern. Any questions on that? Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, Sami Aviation. Yeah. Remember that? Good one. Do airlines do teardrop when landing? No, not normally. No. I mean, again, if you clear the visual approach, you do a teardrop procedure, and you end up perfectly on final, nice and stable. GG's. You can do that. There's no. Usually, there's no limitation on that, right? Hey, nice. You had your first solo 2 days ago. Hey! I have my first lesson now booked with my instructor on the 29th of May. Which I'm a bit gutted about. The reason why is that the time, the prior schedules he would have available is when I'm on vacation with my wife. We're going to go to Denmark for a week. So yeah, the earliest is 29th of May. But anyways, we've got the aircraft booked, so we're ready to go. 29th of May. Now the only thing that's going to have to play along is the weather. Okay, and then I'm good to go with the first lesson. So I'm looking forward to that as well. Yeah, Yanis. GG's. Well done. Right, where are we? How long have we been flying? We've been flying for an hour already. Time flies. Let's do a fuel check quickly, shall we? Why am I talking so much? Like, how come the time is always going by so fast?
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience.
Let's see.
Can new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks, and premium
Sierra Papa Lima.
entertainment will be served.
No, we just passed. Oh, wait, we checked Sierra Papa Lima. Emmanuel, alias Gearbox 747. GG's. Thank you so much for the 30 months. Gearbox 747. Isn't that... Hang on. Sorry for my ignorance. Gearbox... It rings a bell. Is that like also a YouTube channel? Gearbox 747? No? Okay. Hey, Alex. Just coming through. Thank you for the 10 Canadian dollars, Alex. Thanks so much for the lessons. My pleasure. I'm glad you're finding it interesting. Thank you so much. I think I'm not sure if the jingle comes up. It should do. I hope it does. Oh, nice one. Yeah, that's a nice, nice teardrop. Hang on, where is it? Where's my picture? Oi, give it to me. Huh? Why isn't that showing? Let me try that again. Chip. There it is. Yeah, nice one. Hey, I mean, you know, whatever. Black box symbols. Exactly. I have to change my channel name. So yeah, this works, right? If you're skilled enough to fly it this way, by all means, do it. Right? Just has to be safe and stable. That's all. So Sierra Papa Lima, 1600. That was 6 minutes ago. So 58 minutes after departure. 58. Look at that. So 2 minutes late. And we're supposed to have 4 tons at that point, and we had 4.8, which includes the 600 kilograms extra and the 200 kilograms contingency. Perfect. So we're right on schedule with the time there as well. Perfect. Love that. Good on time and good on the fuel. Good. So, guys. Let's get the latest weather. First of all, before we even plan more, let's get the latest weather. And let's hope it's not too bad. So let's go weather. Let's go take these two. Oh, hang on. Oh. What am I doing wrong, guys? Is there any settings here in the Toliss that I'm missing? Like, I can't even request the weather. Oh, no way. Hang on. Isn't there an issue? I did check, Alex, earlier on. Oh, isn't that the Neo? Wasn't there an issue at some point regarding the ICAO code? Didn't they fix that? But that was for the sim. Can't activate that. It could have to do with Sim App Pro. Yeah, I remember that was something. Yeah. Okay, so there may be something wrong with the SimApp Pro stuff. Okay. Anyways, let's get it differently then. We'll go through Navigraph. Let's go get a weather here. So weather, Metar, Corfu from 1750. We have 1600 few, Tower and Cumulus, scatter 2.5, 20 degrees, 1007. That should be good enough to try the visual approach. If not, we just continue then in the missed approach and fly the RP approach. 270 at 8. So that's good for the runway 34. Yeah, we'll take 34. And then the minimum VUR alpha is 1900. So 1900 bar roll. We'll do a flat full landing. You've had some issues too. So yeah, I know that VATSIM I am on VATSIM. Yeah, I'm connected to VATSIM. Absolutely. The rule 3, so 3 miles per 100 feet works perfectly if we keep level. But how? What you mean? No. The 3 mile per 100. So it's 3 miles per 1,000 feet. Is in the descent. That is for the continuous descent. Good. So RATNAV, we're going to put in Golf Alpha Romeo. And since this is a VOR approach, we'll enter the... Oops. And 8.8 is correct. We'll enter the inbound course 076 for the procedure. I'm going to fly that to the point VMAT. Final fix, descend. 10 miles, minus 3 degrees, correct. 1900 minimums. And in case of missed approach, it's going to be right 158 degrees, intercept 113 outbound from the VOR until we hit 18 miles. Then we have the 20 dB arc from Golf Alpha Romeo until we hit the 225 from Kirkira until 21 miles. We turn right, 23 miles arc from Kilo Romeo Kilo. Join the Badex hold. Can you imagine flying this raw data? 2 arcs, one around Golf Alpha Romeo and another arc here around Kirkira. Glad the nav data is working. I'm gonna have a look. That's some radar. Is there coverage here? Hold on. Because the last coverage we had was Munich. No, there's no coverage here where we are. Oh, there is. $30.0. I didn't get a call. Okay.
Via Bismarck, clear ILS, runway 30 right, report.
Actually, you know what?
Data
Oh no, we are still in. Could be inbound. Okay. Adria radar. Good afternoon from Swiss 368.
Swiss 368, Adria radar, hello, identified.
Yeah, sorry for checking so late. Swiss 368, level 370.
Swiss 368, Roger, no problem. Descent flight level 330.
Thank you much. Descent level 330, Swiss 368. All right, we've got actually let's do that vertical speed. So we have vertical speed out blue 330.
Adria radar, good day. Lufthansa 5 Tango November CPD. Flight level 340.
Charles, yeah, that's me.
November, Adria radar, добро вечер, identified, squawk 1000.
Hang on.
Lufthansa 5 Tango November, squawk 1000.
Yeah, okay, anyways, we are now online. Okay, so
Swiss 3 Alpha November.
Now the question for me is there anything I can do to visualize the pattern a little bit better? And I know Mark, our FMS Meister, he would definitely know how to program some cool things now.
Etihad 1233, contact generator 132.950.
You could do the pilot waypoints if you wanted to. Let me put one thing in first of all. I'm going to put the runway in first of all, okay? So let me get to my...
SkyDriver 2 Delta Echo, identified, passing 4,000 feet, climb further, restricted flight, level 200.
Let me get to my 3-4. Alright, so 3-4, that's my landing runway. Then I want to have a line on center line. So I'll take the 164 radial from there. That will depict our extended center line. later on, okay? Then, if I want to put 90 degrees off, it will be 254, correct? So let's have a look here quickly. So let's have a look here, what we've drawn in so far. Let's have a look. Right, interesting. Where's my runway? Didn't I put a runway in?
001, ready to copy.
Hang on. Oh, because the it's just an approach. So what I'm going to do is on the secondary. On the secondary, I'm going to put just a runway if I can.
160. Can you repeat the squawk again, please? Qatari 001, squawk 4210.
There, runway 34. Let's go there, right. Runway 3 there, no star, no via.
Maybe I can look for it for 2 minutes.
Turkish Airline Lima, approved, call me back.
So let's have a look here.
Break, Lufthansa 3 Tango Papa, descent flight level 320.
Let's have a look here. There we go. Well, why, I'm not sure why it's not showing the runway. That's weird.
Lufthansa 3 Tango Papa.
Okay. Anyway, so we've got the 3-4, but it's showing the. Oh yeah, I've dialed in the wrong fix. So that's why I need Mark to help me. So not 25074, obviously.
Windmill 674, Adrian, identified.
There we go. So 074. Good. So now I would have the center line, and I have the beam point for the timing. So, if you wanted to, yeah, you could go really wild. You could go. Let's just check quickly here where we are regarding the descent. So we've got 330. Yeah, we've got another 70 miles until we descend further. That's fine. I'm going to put 330 in here. Okay. So it's 368. Go ahead, please.
Swiss 368, descent flight level 130.
Descent flight level 130, Swiss 368. That's a really early descent. We have 180 miles to go.
Speedbird 794, identified, continue climb flight level 250, unrestricted.
130 at Pitas.
Sky travel 40.
Yeah, but even then.
Foxtrot, continue climb flight level 290.
So if I put Pitas in here,
sorry, could you repeat Fox schedule 43?
that's 130 miles.
Sky travel 434 Foxtrot,
So we have
climb flight level 290.
we have to lose 20,000 feet,
290, sorry.
which will only be like 60 miles.
Hello, with Malta, to remain inbound S3 flight level 360.
From runway 17. With Malta 2 Romeo Yankee, Adrian Radar, hello, identified. Break, Qatari 001,
Oh, no.
runway 17.
So now I understand what you mean regarding timing.
Clear to take off
So-
runway 17. Thank you.
And that's why I'm stressing
Qatari 001 negative.
so much.
Just saying that runway 17 is active. When you
why-
are ready, let me know for the startup, push and taxi.
why we should reach
I'm ready,
the pattern altitude,
for, pushback
right?
and
Because
start and taxi.
if you are not going to reach the 1500 feet on the downwind,
001, Roger,
you're doing
startup
freestyle.
pushback approved, QNH
So
1007, after that,
then I would
taxi, holding
suggest
point, runway 17.
you just use your navigation equipment, like on the Boeing you have the arc,
Runway 17,
your descent prediction, right? So if you dialed in 15 feet above the airport, you will know from that arc where you reach that. And the same is with the blue arrow on the Airbus aircraft, right? So you're gonna have to find a point. It's gonna be very dynamic. So you're gonna have to find a point where you can estimate, of course, with the 3 miles per 1,000 feet, where approximately you're gonna reach that. But the question is, what's the speed gonna be, right? What's the energy state? And hence, why I really want you guys whenever you can, reach that downwind pattern altitude on downwind or the base entry as well. For me, that's key.
Cat 753, approved, call me back.
Hey, aviation driver.
Call one back. Cat 753.
Okay, quickly show you where we're going to program pilot waypoints.
Two stations at the same time, Austrian to Echo
So,
Charlie, descent flight level 340.
We'll put Corfu 01, okay?
Air Serbia 317,
So,
descent 7000
place.
feet, QNH 1008.
We're going to take the runway threshold again. 3-4, right?
Air Serbia 317, descent
Although I think
7000
they
feet,
call that
QNH
3-5 in here. Oh, that's why they didn't find the... Okay, they called it 3-5, that's why.
Lufthansa 3 Tango Papa,
So
contact
074
Radar
bearing
132.950.
and 3 miles. Okay.
EGN 2902, descent flight
So it is
level
3-4.
300.
Oh, weird. Okay, 3-4, 074, 3 miles.
EGN 2902 and contact wind
There we
radar
go.
132.950.
So if I go now to fix info, and if I take in now CFU 01, if I then go again on the plan mode,
Viking 129, radio radar, dobro večer, identified, squawk 4160.
there we go.
Squawking 4160 for Viking.
So now I have my 3 mile a beam point position from the runway.
Descent flight level 320.
So you could take now
42 Foxtrot Charlie.
the CFU 1 point,
Ocean 2 Juliet Victor, descent flight level 320.
so we can go again to data page 2, pilot waypoints, new waypoint, CFU 2. So we're going to take the CFU 1, the point that we just programmed. Then it's going to be 164 degrees, and let's do 3 miles. Store that. So now if I go to fix info, put that in, that should then be our base turn point, right?
Swift 3 Alpha November, taxi hold it point, runway 30 right, report ready for departure.
There we go. Cheat. Exactly. Yeah, so you could also
Growing 20 X-ray, Adria radar, hello.
do the following and draw in a radial there.
Eurowing.
For example, here
20 X-ray.
and here.
It's gonna be runway 13.
So I've put in 344 and 164 radial from that fix that we've created. Okay, so let's have a look now. Now I've drawn in the downwind. Right. So downwind, a beam point, base turn. So yeah, just a few inputs, right? Again, you know, you do whatever you need to do to help you fly this as stable as possible. These systems that are in the aircraft are there to help you. Oh my god. Wow. That looks real. Honestly, right now, I would not be able to judge if that's real or sim. Crazy.
Level 434, continue climb flight level 400.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to draw in anymore.
Climb 400, schedule 434. Sky travel to Delta Echo, continue climb flight level 300.
Airbus fan, hello to you. Right, where are we? I'm going to put the runway threshold in here now. 100 miles. Yeah, we're still low in the profile. I mean,
Eurowings 20 X-ray, descent flight level 290.
I'm not sure why they're descending so early, even though, you know, the PTAS, is that 110 even?
Speedbird 7904, continue climb flight level 270.
Continue climb flight level 270, Speedbird 714.
And Speedbird 7904, contact.
Well, that's 110 above.
1950.
Right. So maybe that's why. I mean, if I put in 130 PTAS in here as an example. Right, now I have a different calculation, but still that's another 80 miles. And we only have to lose 12,000 feet. So definitely way too high. Yeah, way too low now. HD Sim, hello. Yeah, now the performance has been improved as well. Although I'm using different maps today as a test. And I have a feeling they are a bit more performance hungry, so I have to go back to Bing maps, I think.
Adria Radar, good evening. With Air3 Papa Mike, stand forward, LGKR, request have at home.
Oh, at the okay, what missed approach? Okay, so it's quite simple. So here we are on the instrument approach. Okay. I have a feeling ATC is still very loud. It's a very loud mic. I think I'm using medium quality, but I would maybe I've changed that to high. I'm not sure. It doesn't matter. We'll check. We're going to send on the ILS or on the VOR approach. So this part here is the instrument approach procedure. Okay, which means we'll descend down to 2,800 until 10 miles from the VOR. At 10 miles, somewhere in between, we'll start descent to our circling altitude of 1,900 feet. So when we get close to the runway at 1,900 feet, at some point we have to see the runway and the surrounding terrain and be sure that we can maintain that visual contact. If we are unsure, we're gonna scrap the idea about the visual approach or circling. We would do the missed approach, and this is an instrument missed approach procedure. Exactly as we've briefed. Okay. And we're climbing to 4,000 feet. Now, if we are... if we are on the visual part, so we've now finished the instrument procedure, and we're now flying the visual approach procedure, then we would have to usually ask ATC what to do in case of missed approach. Okay. They would give us instructions. If we are flying a published circling approach, then you would normally stay in the circling area, which is here. Right? You would circle and rejoin the instrument missed approach procedure, if ATC clears you for that. Okay. The important thing is that you stay in the circling area as you go around and climb, because this is the area that assures your terrain clearance. Right? And today, obviously, we can see that south of the airport there are obstacles. So we want to stay here in the circling area. And it even tells you that circling has to be done east of the runway. Okay. Oh, it's raining as well. Now, if we do decide to go missed approach, let's say on final, again, ask ATC. If there's no ATC, stay in your circling area and try to rejoin the instrument missed approach procedure.
Clear to destination via TSAC 40 departure 30 right, off departure 6000 and 4101.
So, in essence, the visual parts of the circling the go around in the circling area assures your terrain clearance because you're going to climb. And once you are, safe, and once you are sure you can continue on the instrument miss approach, do that. Or ATC, if you got to ATC service, they may give you radar vectors. Okay. Now we're coming into path, guys. We'll start strapping people in, and then now Corfu itself is not controlled today, so we're going to get handed over to Unicom, and then again I'm going to fly the approach as briefed. Good. So yeah, we've briefed the procedures. Let's have a look at terrain situation again. MSA is 4,500 there. It says 8,200, but that is because of the terrain further out. Yeah, so we'll stick to the instrument. If we have visual conditions good enough to do the visual approach, we'll do it. East of the runway. And I'll talk you through it. I'll explain exactly what I'm doing, step by step. If visual contact is not successful, we'll go around, fly the standard missed approach procedure. At BDEX, we'll join the RMP approach, runway 34. It's that simple. But that means, for me, secondary, I'm going to change that to the RMP. RF34. No star via BDEX. Okay. There we go. The weather is not so nice at the moment, unfortunately. I'm going to put terrain on this side, and I'll put radar on my side. Right, I'm going to start slowing down here. Let's do thrust idle, open descend, slowing down. Because the traffic, although that's 30 miles, disregard. 280, but
Cat 6, correction, Air Cat 643, descent flight level 150.
Not exactly holiday weather, is it? Disappointing.
There, Circa 420, ready for push and start.
No, so terrain. So that's us here, right? So you see that's in Greece. So this is Albania, and this is Greece. So it's not controlled here today. Norara.
Algeria 2028, Adria radar, hello, identified. Qatar 001 requesting
aviation lifestyle during landing. When do you start looking at the touchdown zone? Okay.
Continue climb
so
level 320
once you go into the flare, so once you raise the nose, latest, that's the point where you should start fixating the end of the runway. Now, the reason for this is, in real life, you have much more peripheral vision. Okay? So, the idea is that when you take your view of the touchdown zone to the wider horizon, you will see the approximate rate to the runway through your peripheral vision. In the sim, it doesn't work as well because our vision is limited. Okay. So you can try in the flare to look further down the runway. I do suggest to do that. But it doesn't help you necessarily, okay?
Yes, sir, 317, again. Double for the runway 30 right. Air Survey 317, runway 30 right, clear to land, wind calm. Lufthansa 1717, split requesting start at Lufthansa 1717, start at approved, QNH 1006. Start at approved, QNH 1006, Lufthansa 1717.
With a 3 Papa Mike, request taxi.
Oh, beautiful.
These are 3 Papa Mike, taxi, runway 32, backtrack approved, line up and wait, report ready for departure.
Nice. I'm still hopeful. Maybe it's not too bad.
Taxi to runway 32, backtrack approved. And
Maybe it's not as bad as we feared.
Air Algerie
Huts down,
2028,
130.
flight level 310.
Speed. Good. That was the PTAS.
Sorry for what you said. We had some problems with our flight letters getting out. But we are now expediting descent to flight.
Was it 2 Tango?
Turkish 5 Echo Lima, roger, no problem.
Let's try. I've got it.
Roger 243, Adria Radar, hello, identified.
It was the
Windmill 674, descent flight level 130.
2 Papa. Sorry, 2 Papa it was.
Descent 130, windmill 674. Adria Radar, Air Serbia 420, ready to taxi. Air Serbia 420, taxi holding point, runway 30 right, report ready for departure. Holding point 30 right, and we're ready, once we're ready for departure, Air Serbia 420. Sky Travel 434 Foxtrot, contact Wind Radar 132, decimal 950. Sky Travel 434 Foxtrot, contact Wind Radar 132,
Yeah, my pleasure.
decimal 950.
Right. We'll slow down here. And then off. The weather's not brilliant, but I'm
Red
hoping
nose 3288,
that
Adria
works.
Radar identified. Eurowings 20 X-ray, descent flight level 180. Ryanair 8 Yankee Papa, continue descent 7,000 feet, QNH 1006. 7,006,
Swiss 368 reaching PTAS level 130.
Swiss 368, Unicom 122 decimal 8, bye-bye.
Thanks for the service. Unicom, bye-bye, Swiss 368. Good. So now we're going to send on the path as depicted here. So 4.5 is the lowest we could go here now. So I'll use that as a next minimum here. I'm going to go with descent managed. And then we'll fly the arrival. Corfu traffic Swiss 368 is the PTAS to Papa arrival. We'll approach via VMAT for the VOA Alpha and then circle to land 34 in Corfu. So we should be on path. Let's check the temperature. +2 still, it's very cold.
4,300 and Corfu traffic, Airline 332 inbound, FedEx 40, hard not approach runway 34, and the outside is
So Alpha Floor isn't a set speed. Hey Bruno. So when you are somewhere in the amber band, and depending on the angle of attack, there will come a point when Alpha Floor and Toga Lock will kick in. But it isn't a certain indicated speed on your on-flight display. You can't see it. You can only kind of guess. Oh my god, look at that. Beautiful. So that's the northern part of the island. The airport will be somewhere down here. Or maybe here. Is that the runway there?
A gift from me to you. Enjoy the gifted sub.
Nate! Oh my god, Nate. Nate, my dear friend, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. And everyone that's just been gifted by Nate, please say a big thank you to him. Nate! How are you getting on with the flight stick? Oh, that's an interesting animation there. I made that. Don't judge, okay? It's my first try on the... It was supposed to be kind of green screen, so I don't know. I've got to keep trying. I'm terrible when it comes to programming on the PC here. You enjoying it, Nate? Fantastic. Excellent. It's different, right? So, you know, it takes some time to get used to. Oh, really? You got to tell me how you do it, Nate, because I definitely didn't have recess all the time. No, I sent him my. I had a leftover Warthog base and an FS Project Airbus stick. I'm glad I changed the time so that we have a bit more daytime here. But look at that. So gorgeous. And that's Fly Tampa Corfu. Good. So now we can go down to 4,000 feet. So we have 4,000 blue. And I'm going to go now open descent because I do want to make sure I get there. So. Right, so as far as I know, there's only one traffic. That's the Edelweiss 332, and they're flying the RMP approach. There's two more visual to Viva traffic. But they're flying to Ellipsis. Yeah, they are GA aircraft. Yeah, absolutely true. I mean, back then, I mean, what else could we do, right? We are spoiled. The amount of you know, peripherals we have these days, we're absolutely spoiled, right? Yeah, Aviamar. He does some fantastic PAs, doesn't he? So cool. Yeah, and then the visual approach in Salzburg. He did really well, I agree. Yeah, so natural, absolutely agree. My PAs at the beginning definitely weren't that good. Right, engine anti-ice is off with plus 11 degrees here, 3,800 kilograms. Min diversion fuel in case we do go around. Min diversion fuel is 2.8. Keep that in the back of our minds. And also, let's quickly check the weather in Athens. Yeah, no threats there, so that's good to go. All good to go there. Alright. Good. Let's get the chart up for the VOR approach. Here comes flaps 1. Speed is checked. Flaps 1. Here comes the slats. Let's slow down further. Can you get the GS Marshall to work? With the latest update, I would have to check. Oh, the weight. What's our weight currently? Current weight is 67 tons. Oh. So we are just below max landing weight, right? Yeah, we are below max landing weight. Corfu traffic, Swiss 368 is approaching Wehrmacht for the VOR Alpha with the circling 3-4 approach in Corfu. Hey, Matthaus. Yeah, right. How are you doing, Matthaus? Enjoying your scenery as always. Yeah, me too. I've definitely flown a lot more now in X-Plane ever since performance has increased again. Oh, we descend down to... Let's activate approach phase 1007. So let's set the altimeters 1007. Although, let me check one more time. 1007. Light rain 9 kilometers, scattered 2.5. Let's keep fingers crossed that we are going to see the runway. Valpier, we're going to do a little scenario. But I think I'm optimistic. I can see the island already. Good. Out. Let's go down to 2,800. Vertical speed. Nice gentle descent. No need to dive down. And the rest again, it's a long distance. 10 miles to the airfield. And we only have to lose about 1,000 feet. So I'm going to stay at 2,800. Alright. And then start a shallow descent. So, oh yeah, since we are coming from... Honestly, sometimes these apps are a pain in the backside. Right, now I'm going to dial in 1900 for the circling. Right, do we have it now? We have it now. Okay, so what we're doing is this here, right? So we're going to cross the airfield. I'm going to start timing, okay. 30 seconds, because we're doing round about 3 miles per minute. So 30 seconds means 1.5 miles. Turn radius is about 1 mile to 1.5 miles. And then we turn to the outbound, which means we should then get to about 2.5 to 3 miles offset. That is the idea. Good. Let's start the ascent down here. Very easy, nice and gentle. I can see the terrain there. That looks promising. Hey, Vika. No, so I'm using map enhancement, it's called. It kind of loads the... I'm going to go heading here. So I'm going to aim for the opposite side. So that's a landing threshold there. I'm going to aim for the opposite side to allow me to see the runway for timing, A, and B, to allow me a turn...
2,500.
To downwind is checked. Good. Here comes 180 knots. Flaps 2, speeds check, flaps 2. And I'll tell you what we'll do. Since it is a visual approach. Is that reset again? You've got to be kidding me. Thank you much. Greetings to Mauritius. Good. And also manual thrust.
100 above.
So we have manual flight, manual thrust, flight directors off, and we'll use bird on, as always.
Minimum.
Continue, runways inside. Go for traffic, Swiss 368, approaching the airfield overhead for a right wind visual approach, runway 34 in Corfu. Now chrono is ready. Trying to judge the timing here. Getting close to the runway, and here it is, 30 seconds, 1900 feet. I'm going to switch to the nav mode so I have a better view of the outbound here. So this is one of the cases where, yeah, you do a level flight for a little bit outbound. But again, we are shortening the whole approach. So we're not flying out 20 miles to the RMP approach. Here's 30 seconds. Right, let's reset the chrono here. So again, the idea is to reach the outbound track.
100 above.
And so that's already our outbound timing point. We're going to have a bit of tailwind, and we're at 1900 feet. Which means it's already a good 57 seconds. 57 seconds minus tailwind of 10 knots maybe? Not quite. So 50 seconds outbound is what I'm going to go for here at 1900 feet. Almost there, and a beam point again, starting chrono. We are already at flaps 2, so no need to set flaps 2 here. And then read the checklist, of course. So many things to do. Approach checklist. We have bow ref 1007 set 3 times. Checked. Seatbelts are on. We have minimum 1900 set. Auto brake low, and engine mode selector is normal. Actually, I'm going to go with auto brake medium because the runway isn't the longest, is it? It's 2,300 meters. Not too bad. Right, here we go. We got 50 seconds. Gears coming down. Speed managed. And now we just slowly bleed off. Continue bleed off the airspeed. We're not descending just yet. Go for traffic. Swiss 368 is turning base for runway 34 in Corfu. Here comes flaps 3. Speed is checked. Flaps 3. And flaps 4. Speed checked. Flaps 4. Now we start descending and keep the pattern altitude 1900 for the missed approach. And now we try to judge the distance from the runway with the distance to the runway here. Get the speed.
Caution terrain.
Disregard.
Caution terrain.
Right, let's arm the spoilers. Right, now we're going to turn final.
Terrain. Caution terrain.
So we're probably going to see three white, 1 red in a second when we get to final. I can't see much right now. Just going to judge my turn rate here and the distance to the threshold. Let's have a look. 1 white, 3 red. Just a slight overshoot. 1000. Check now. On path. 2 white, 2 red. I don't know how I do it. Pure luck every time. Pure luck strikes again. Right. Landing checklist. Economy landing. No blue. But I mean, other way around, it would be a bit silly, wouldn't it? I explained so much about the theory. And then I mess it up all the time. No, so it seems like what I'm telling you guys has some credibility, right? Yeah, Abimai, exactly. Good, let's concentrate on landing. Come on, let's not mess up in the last couple hundred feet here.
500.
Let's concentrate. Yeah, we're nice and stable. Checklist completed. Clear to land.
400.
Runway's clear.
$300.
Wind from the left, 8 knots.
200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. Retard. 10. 5.
Spoilers. Reverse a green. Decel. Back to idle reverse. Yeah.
Now that's how pros do.
Reverse, reverse. So manual brakes.
Auto brake off.
Ah, that's what I want to hear. Auto brake off. Nice. Welcome to Corfu. But the same thing, definite luck, yeah. So the same thing again, when I reduce the thrust, I have a feeling the nose drops. So that's still not fixed. So you have to use a lot of back pressure there. You're ready for that. Thank you, HC Sim. Thanks, Thomas. Right, glad you enjoyed that. Let's go taxi off here. Right, and we want to start the timer for the 3 minutes cooldown. Timer started. And already breaks hot. Tis. Yeah, so certain things they don't fix, do they? Just abandon it. Go for traffic, Swiss 368, runway 34 vacated. Localizer live. I have I've made my own profile. I send it to people that contact me through my private email, the Captain Black Box. So I'll post the email here if you want, and then just send me an email here, and I'll send you the profile if you want to try it out. Here is it. There's my email. Right. Shall we park? Where shall we park? Park next to the device. It's Payware. This is from Flight Tampa. Svenja, yeah, you did send some pictures at the beginning, right? Is there like a cafe or a hotel there that you visited? APU's available, and how many minutes have passed? 2 minutes. You see how long 3 minutes is for the cooldown? So you don't need to taxi in fast. Because then you get to the parking spot, set the parking brake, people stand up in the cabin because they think they've arrived, and then you have 1 minute until you switch off the engines. And all the passengers standing in the cabin, looking at the cabin crew, wondering why they're still seated, right? Yeah, this is a Toliss issue. So they would have to recalibrate the friction. So 12.4, X-Plane 12.4 has changed a lot. Yeah, Svenja, so Malindley, our moderator, Mark, he's been here as well, if I remember correctly. And Lee Mark Pandas has also been here not too long ago. All right, 3 minutes. Let's get the bleed air on. Nice. So let's get the beacon off. Fuel pumps off. Transponder off. Transponder is off. Fantastic. Yeah, came through Dawson Park. That's completed, and then I can do just go ICS here, ground services, and then let's have a see if I can off. Pack stairs. Can we get how can we get stairs? Let's go to the shocks. Well, at least that works. But we don't get stairs for some reason. Nice. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of
Welcome
beautiful
aboard the
places in
Captain
Greece.
Blackbox Twitch channel
Absolutely.
subscriber
Hey, MAN, wie
experience.
geht's dir?
Could new subscribers please make
92
their way to the
months,
first
MAN.
class
Can you
cabin,
believe it?
where complimentary drinks,
Unbelievable.
snacks and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Hi Captain Blackbox.
Hello.
92 months best flight sim edutainment. Thank you so much BB711 beloved. Time to renew my promise. You stream and I subscribe. BB711 thumbs up.
Thank you so much, MAN, for the 92 months. As always, thanks for being such a huge support of this channel. Indeed, 92 months. Yeah, so the thing is, so Jose, the thing is with the Toliss, unfortunately, while the aerodynamics and the influence of the weather with the wind gusts is we do have a bit of a crosswind here today. Not much, like 8 to 10 knots, right? But you can feel that.
Corfu traffic, meeting 7,000 is from the runway 34.
The aircraft coming in. So yeah, it's definitely more alive. And I would say more accurate to real life. But the only thing I don't like in a Toliss is that when you come into the flare and you cut the engine, so you reduce the thrust to idle, the nose drops. And that shouldn't really happen. At least not so pronounced as it is here in the Toliss. We'll have a look at the replay in a second and you'll see what I mean. I really have to put a lot of back pressure to keep the nose from dropping too hard. Good, so the idea is now is to do the replay with the landing. If you have any more questions, then feel free to ask. And then what I want to do is, I'm just curious to see how it would feel to take off in Athens with a heavy 320 on Neo, giving you all the preparation stuff, and then taking off, and then shortly after takeoff get an APU fire warning. So I just want to talk you through what happens, right, regarding checklists, regarding workload management, a predefined or canned return.
A gift from me to you.
Decision.
Enjoy the gifted sub.
Avimar to you as well. Thank you so much for the kindness as well. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I love how these parcels are climbing. Like they should be falling, but they're climbing. But yeah, thank you so much. So everyone that just been gifted a sub, please say a big thank you to Avimar, a big support of the channel here. Thank you so much, Avimar. Yeah, so I want to see what the workload is like to return quickly, because that was a real-world incident that happened a couple of days ago with the Lufthansa 320 Neo. They did a great job returning very quickly, landed safely, and then unfortunately, as they were getting back to the apron, from what we know so far, it seems like someone reported in the back strong fuel fumes. I don't know what fumes. Again, we have to wait for the official report. But that prompted then the captain to initiate an evacuation. Okay, so I'm not judging by any means, because I couldn't do it better, right? I'm just trying to replicate the pattern itself, and see, especially the pre-planning, to kind of demonstrate how important it is to pre-plan certain things.
Corfu traffic, we meet 674, establishment final runway 34.
There was a very good video by hang on. I keep forgetting his the name of his channel. Hold on. Aero News Germany, that's it. Yeah, Aero News Germany. So he made a fantastic video. The thing is that it's in German, but I think you would get English subtitles. Oh, there we go. You guys know already Aero News Germany, exactly. So he explains very well, on some of the background there. He's got some good information there, and he also doesn't speculate about what happened on board that day. He just commented on certain things, like also with the hand luggage and so on. So I definitely think it's worth watching if you can. The gifts are flying away. Yeah, I tried to reverse the animation. It doesn't do it. It's really annoying. Yes. What? You've been there 5 years ago? Really, Lee? Wow. So look at that beautiful aircraft. Yeah, you stayed somewhere here on this side, Lee. Correct? Yeah. Time flies, right? Jeez. I mean, it's not much longer than I've been streaming for 10 years. Unbelievable. Bit of a bounce, but safely down. It's a challenging airport here. And I think he flew the visual as well, if I saw that correctly. Yeah, Stormy Flyer, honestly, I think, you know, you're going to have people arguing that some people are in shock and under extreme stress and then behave in a manner that's not normal and hence may not comprehend the instructions, whatever. I can't be a judge of that. But indeed, the behavior is endangering other people on board. So I don't know, can something be done about it? Yeah, potentially yes. But yeah, I don't know. Cool. Parking checklist. So we have engines off, radars off already, fuel pumps off, seatbelts off. All right, seatbelts off. There we go. And then how often do you have to an approach planned or expected but got changed last second? Well,
Corfu traffic runway 34 is located.
It happens regularly. I mean, especially in certain airports that have like 2 or 3 runways. US has many airports with lots of runways. You just have to be flexible. So you really, literally always go like, prepare at least for 2 runways, the most likely 2 runways. So primary and secondary flight plan. And then just see what happens. Guys, okay, I'm going to log off VATSIM here for the replay. I'm going to try to get into the hotel view here. And then let's go back. There we go. So if I go here, can I go freestyle from here? Let me just check something. Oh yeah, I can. So let's go up a bit. So we can actually go and pretend we're sitting here at the cafe. Prime location. Ha ha ha. This will be pretty much every day. I would probably have dinner here. And my wife would be really annoyed. Right, let's see. Here we go. Yeah, this is like in real life. You can actually go here. They do have restaurant here. So I really had to save it again. So you see us come in, have a look now. So here comes the flare, D-crab, and then you see how you do the thrust and it really drops. It's like I really had to pull back very hard. Have a look at the elevator. Look at the elevators now. That is just so unusual. No, there should be Corfu Island from Fly Tampa. It would be loud in real life, indeed. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I mean that is not realistic, to be honest. So this time I was actually just, you know, aware of it. Yeah, I really tried to save that splashdown. I would say runway wet. Right, let's have a look at the passenger view here. Ooh. Here we go. Splashing butter. Well, MAN it does, but it's too hefty. So it's just too fast or too hard. And also I have a feeling the thrust reduction also explain conventional aircraft. It lowers the nose, which it shouldn't do. But I think the landing was okay. Here's the flare. That's right. It wasn't a total greaser, but I mean, I'm not sad. I'm not unhappy about the landing, to be fair. Gorgeous sunset landing here. Look at that. Junk. Wow. Nice animation. I love the sound animation as well, and the spray of the what's it? Nice reverser sleeve animation there. Touchdown. Yeah, me neither. I could watch this for hours. Unless it's a bad landing. Then I don't watch too often. Right, one more from the tower view. Let's have a look here. Can we get tower view? Almost. Alright, one last. It is. The replay function is brilliant. I fully agree. Alright, last landing. Look at that. That's all right. Martin, you flew with SS to Stockholm this Sunday. A smooth landing. Yeah. It was windy as well. It's weird. Yeah, so HD Sim, try, but I think he'll probably tell you that, yeah, they talk to their pilots and they think it's realistic, etc. I don't think they're going to do much these days. They're so busy with developing other aircraft for Microsoft now. So I am afraid, I mean, but by all means, but please do talk to them if you're there. Say hello from me, because I talked to Torsten in Lelystad, Netherlands. So tell him I said hello. Greetings to him. Actually, you know what? You can tell him greetings to him. And if he finds some time to maybe tweak the nose down tendency when you reduce the thrust, I'd highly appreciate it. Such a beautiful place here. Look at that. So gorgeous. Brilliant. Cool. Okay, so we're gonna spawn in, guys. I'm gonna do a quick flight plan. And no, we're not doing a full flight. Okay. It's 9:15. But we'll do some preparations for a flight. From Athens to Frankfurt. And we're taking a A321 Neo. Because I'd be interested to find out about, you know, the takeoff weight, max landing weight, what kind of considerations you would have to take. So that would give us 3 hours 10 flight time. I guess you would have a bit of extra fuel, so passengers would take 210. I don't know how many passengers they had. I have no information about extras and etc. Take a bit of extra fuel here. Generate the flight. And then we'll do some calculations there. Oh, Munich. Oh, release. Oh, MAN. Thank you much. Okay, sorry. No, then we'll do. We'll take it to Munich, of course. Munich it is. Yeah, HD said that's fine. And again, say hello to him. Greetings. Master, definitely, yeah. So again, Fly Tampa. Probably you find Fly Tampa only available for X-Plane 11. But I just ported the files over to X-Plane 12 and you can see it's fine. I have no issues. There's no floating buildings, anything. So it's all good. All right, let's do flight configuration. How do you know those values, MA? No, don't tell me, please. Hang on. All right. How much extra fuel did they have? So let's do this one. 320 on, that should be a Neo. We're going to go to Athens. Let's do that. Yeah, I don't have the Echo Alpha, I'm afraid. Yeah. So we're gonna have to do that one as it is. But I'm pretty sure I flew the Echo Alpha at some point. Yeah, I'm gonna be offline for that. Oh, you flew from Keflavik to Frankfurt. Nice. Small world, isn't it? So let's quickly have a look here. Right, here we go. So echo, oops. Uh-oh. Hang on. Do I have to activate the aircraft? Give me a second. Oh. This one here, right. So account settings. Aircraft sim config. Hasn't started up at all here. Okay, then I need to restart the whole sim quickly. Hang on. Oh yeah, and then of course I want to use Bing Maps again. Bing. Bing latest. Although you don't even need a pro version for that, for the Bing, but you will need it for higher quality tiles. Good. In the meantime, I can give you a bit of briefing here. Let's do flights, unload, import. All right, so Athens to Munich. Right, so overall, they would expect about 2 hours 20 flight time, which is not very long. Because Frankfurt used to be more like almost 3 hours. All right, let me just check something here. 321. 320. Oh, that should be the one. Customize. It should work. Let's see. 8,000 feet was max altitude. Yeah, yeah. Right. Hopefully it loads this time because it should work, unless the delivery doesn't work anymore. But we'll see. Good. Yes. So regarding weights, it gives you a max landing weight of 79.2. They were taking off at 76.3. So they actually, from what I can see, they potentially were already below max landing weight. So that already makes things a bit easier. But I could talk in theory about what you may have to do in case of the overweight procedure. What was the EFB called, guys? So there's an app, an external app with the A320 stuff. I think that's working. One. Scares the hell out of me. Right, that's okay. Yeah, all right. So we'll just set APU on. And I think it was a bit earlier, not quite so late, right? Do that. Cool. Okay, so the aircraft is working, which is good. Simref, thank you much, Iman. Oh, Iman. I'm getting old, guys. Honestly. Yeah. All right. Simref. There we go. All right. Let me try to find it here on my iPad. And then. Found it. Cool. So let's go back to 321 Neo. 321 Neo. Ready. Okay, there we go. And then we can connect. And then I'm going to try to find AirPlay here. Ha! There we go. There we go. Alright, start similar. Cool. So I can go a little bit about, in theory, about overweight landing. We'll find that under miscellaneous here with overweight landing. Right. So I'll talk about that in a minute. What it potentially means. I'm using the Pro version, and I've not really noticed any bigger issues lately with terrain or at default airports. I'm hardly using default airports, to be honest, because I'm streaming, and yeah. So normally I have payware usually. Right. A few things I need to do here quickly. Control panel. So we have MCP none.
Unable to find view ID 2.
Let's do that. Save.
Camera saved.
To save.
Camera saved.
Right, so we got overhead. This.
Unable to find view ID 3.
And then we'll use this.
Camera saved.
Alright, camera saved. Cool. Good. Alright, let's get the MCDU at AOC main flight init. And interestingly enough, it seems like here we have date. Yeah, it is. I'm absolutely sure. No, I'm not. I was just about to say, I'm sure it has to do with Sim App Pro that I can't connect to Hoppy and VATSIM here. Right, it did load the flight plans, so if I go to com status, com config, yeah, you see? Yeah, it doesn't activate. For some reason, I have a feeling that I would have to not use Sim App Pro in order for the data to work. Good. Anyways, we don't need that for now. So we'll have a look at the weather weather right now here. So Athena gives us a weather of 20 degrees, 1004, variable 2 knots. 20 degrees looks about right. Then also, like we said, we're expecting about 76.4 tons of takeoff weight. The max landing weight would be around 79.2. So we would already be below max landing weight here. So we're going to plan with those values, 67.3. So let's put 60. So 77 passengers here, interesting. 67.2. I'm going to put power 67, 68. Okay. Alright, let's apply these loads. And for the fuel values, we want to have, with the extra, about 9.3. So 9.3. Good. 9.3 we have. Excellent. Cool. Cargo pilot, Dankeschön. Have a great day tomorrow. Are you free tomorrow? Because it's a German holiday tomorrow, isn't it? Moreira, hello. Good question. I didn't answer proof realism. Excellent greetings from Berlin. Grüße nach Berlin. Honestly, the only things I have is map enhancement for the the ground tiles. But otherwise, I'm not using XP Active Sky or anything like that. So no external weather app, anything like that. Not really. Oh, Cargo Pilot, you're free for 4 days. Nice, dann genieß es. Genieß die Zeit. Good, so we have 67.3, takeoff weight 76.4. Yeah, looks good. Okay. Alternate fuel is going to be 1.2. That's inserted. Good. Departure now. I don't know exactly what departure they were flying or planning. Now let me have a look. So, trying to get some facts correct here. So they were flying. They were flying 2-1 left. 2-1 left. And then from there, it's going to be core 1 November departure. Or, yeah, core 1 November. There we go. So, there we go. So that's inserted now. And then Munich, they would have some arrival there. 26 left. They would be arriving via Napsa. And then probably Napsa 26 transition there. Insert. Right, there we go. Good. So just that we have some values entered. Yes, I do have Map Enhancement Pro. Yeah, so to have the more accurate dial ground tiles. But I'm not sure if it's really necessary, to be honest. I would go with the free version first, and then have a look if you're happy with it. I have that 66 FPS. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Golf Alpha Victor. So let's find our airport chart here. So pushback onto Echo, then for runway 21 left. I would also assume full length, because Delta 11 would not be allowed, if I'm not, so it would be Delta 13 for departure. So Charlie, Echo, Delta 7, Delta, and then all the way past to taxi out. Yeah, I mean, thanks for the feedback. There you go. So, you know, try the free version first and see if you're happy with it. The charts, it's Avitab. So Avitab has two functions. One of them is for the upload of the or download of the SimBrief PDF file. So I can do that. And then it should have that in here. Here it is. And then the other function would be for the charts. I just connected the account here in Avitab with Navigraph, and then you have those charts. So Core 1 November. There it is. So we have this departure route, okay. So the Core 1 November would take us straight ahead, Alpha Victor 213 overflight, then right, Delta Oscar Mike. Yeah, Delta Oscar Mike, and then we'll go to Corinthos, and then en route. So that's the plan initially. Interesting depiction there. Okay. Good. And then for the takeoff performance, 2-1 left. I mean, we could do a bit of an intersection at 100 meters or something. Wind, temperature. Again, in this case, we would calculate with those values here. Runway condition, dry is fine. Anti-ice off, takeoff weight, CG, flex, config, automatic, air conditioning off. Happy with that. Good. So even if we take the higher V1, it still gives us 742 stop margin. So I would be happy with that, to be honest. So then I would go flaps 1, up 0, flex temperature 63. And I'm not claiming any of that these values would be the ones they would have IRL. We're just playing around here with our Toliss. But for me, the interesting thing is regarding, you know, workload, things you may have to consider. Hey, Palma Vector. Yeah, things that come to my mind. Loading is completed, it seems. Good, so let's have a quick look here at... Oops, hang on. What are you doing? Let's do here at Lima Golf Alpha Victor. There we go. So, we've got NADP 1, apparently, 1810 and 3310. So what we don't know, where exactly the APU fire warning kicked in. Engine out acceleration would be 1900. Good, and that was up 0 or down 0. Okay, good. So it entered all the values there, and a shift 100 meters. Cool. All right. Secondary. Now, these are, you know, we always, pretty much always do this here in the sim, right? Even though that we know we're very likely not going to have a failure, right? Because most of us don't use failures. But, I mean, what you can do, obviously, here in the flight sim, you can use random faults. Right? Enable the random faults. Adjust the settings, flight time factor, to determine how many faults you have. Right? But also you can add some manual faults. Now, let me have a quick look here. If it's under fire protection. Yeah. So, hang on. No. Hang on. Is it under APU? APU fire. There it is. Right. So, at altitude, okay? So, pretty sea level. So, let's say we get the fire warning here, okay? Or let's say, you know, again, we don't know exactly where they have it. So this should now trigger at 2,400 feet if everything goes according to plan. Things we also don't know is, was the APU switched off for takeoff, or did they have it running to use it for you know, for the packs on takeoff, which would be unusual? Did they have an issue with one of the engine generators so that the APU had to be running all the time? We simply don't know. Okay, that's all speculation, which we're not going to get into. But just to take the scenario, sometime after liftoff, there will be an APU fire indication. Obviously, it is a bit weird if you have the APU switched off, so not running anymore, and then for some reason the two overheat detector, so it's overheat detector loops. Usually they have, you know, they're like a tubing, metal tubing that have some sort of gas in them, and as there's a fire and heats up the air around it, it heats up the metal, it heats up the gas inside, and then it has a certain pressure point at which point it will trigger a fire warning. Exactly. Both of them need to detect in order to show a fire. Now, sometimes if one of the loops is in-op, you can dispatch according MEL, but then of course the remaining loop would be enough to trigger a fire indication, right? But again, that's something completely different again. Good. So, regarding now preparations, so what we do as pilots, we make a couple of canned decisions. So canned decisions are decisions that you pretty much make already here on the ground, let's say, for departure. And usually what we do is we enter a scenario or prepare for a scenario regarding engine failure. Okay, because engine failure at low altitude after V1 is something that is critical in flying the aircraft, controlling the aircraft, and doing it correctly so that you clear all the obstacles, right? Because if you lose 50% of your engine power, slip the aircraft, add more drag, right? You actually you increase the penalty by more than 50%, let's say. So you have one engine remaining, it has a huge impact on your performance. But of course, we always calculate our performance for takeoff to include that critical scenario. So engine failure normally is our most critical scenario that we prepare for on takeoff. Again, because it is sensitive to get over the obstacles, especially at low altitude, control the aircraft, and climb to safe altitude. Right? That's the main goal. So here, for example, oh, why is back to? Hang on. There we go. Athena 2-1 left. If that is still the correct procedure, we would proceed on runway track, which is 212. We would go there to 8.5 from Sierra Papa Alpha. Is that 17.5? Hold on. Charts. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah. Yeah. So interesting. Is that actually here? Because it may change. Sometimes they decommission VORs. Yeah, but that seems to be right at the airport. Let's have a look here. ILS. That's SAT. Let's go for the 2-1 left. Yeah, there we go. Athens. Here we go. All right, there's the VUR. So that's where it's located to, or reference to. So Sierra Papa Alpha, and we want to proceed to distance 8.5. Now we can't enter 8.5, so I'm going to enter 8, and we know that by that time we start the turn 8.5, and then it's left turn, track 175, and intercept proceed radial 275 to Kia. So then we go Kia, which is in the west. If I remember correctly. Oh no, hang on. Where's Kia? Kia. There it is. Oh no, that's to the east actually. Okay. So that means it should be course 095 then. Let's try that. 095 towards Kia. And 7 miles from Kia we'd enter holding. But normally we'd ask for radar vectors, but if everything fails, we would do so. Alright, let's have a quick look here where we are. Oh, it is 275 then. Alright, so this will be the procedure. Straight out until we hit the 8.5. Then we go heading 175 and intercept that radial to Kia inbound. Right, and yeah, that should keep us nicely over water, away from obstacles. At least that's the theory. Yeah, so I mean, the engine fail really is literally something you practice every time, although things have changed. But normally, you know, at least once a year, you would definitely practice engine fail at V1. Yeah, so that's something we would prepare for. Right now, let's assume we would be in an overweight configuration for landing. Okay. So, oh yeah, before we get overweight checklist, if we were to prepare for a a quick return in case of engine out, we would already program that here or calculate that.
First class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks, and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Hey, Louis Daniel, thank you so much.
Good evening.
Good evening,
Captain.
Hello.
Happy stream. Thanks for all the great streams, sharing a lot of knowledge with us.
My pleasure. My absolute pleasure. Thank you so much, Louis Daniel, for the 35 months, Louis. Thank you. And thanks for the kind words. So what we would do, we would already calculate for the landing. Now, I guess we would weigh around 76.3, somewhere in that region, right? If we do a very quick return. Now, now let's pretend we're overweight configuration. So overweight configuration, we would normally try to land in config 3 on the Airbus, okay? Air conditioning would probably be off or an APU. That should be stated in the overweight landing checklist. Reverse will have off, no credit there. And then compute. Okay. So let's take this value here. Let's say predicted or factored landing distance, engine out. So we would also in the real aircraft enter engine failure to accommodate for, you know, one missing reverser and other technical aspects that need to be accounted for the landing performance. Okay. So let's assume we now work out is 2,700 meters and we have almost 3,700 available. So all good shape, right? So even overweight, we can land. Now, do you remember, guys, regarding the structural limits? So you would say, how come you can land above max landing weight? Isn't that like max landing weight a definition? Max landing weight, you can't land when you're at a higher weight because the aircraft will break. Well, no, there's a certification requirement that says that an aircraft, an airliner, has to be able to withstand a landing at a max takeoff weight up to a landing descent rate of 360 feet per minute. Okay. So for us, when we do an overweight landing, obviously then we would aim for, you know, a touchdown rate at less than 360 feet per minute. Okay. To remain within all the operational limits. Now, still the aircraft wouldn't, you know,
Ladies and gentlemen,
get damaged.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Infotainment Experience.
If you land at a higher rate, but I mean, then
past first
you will
class.
do some, you know, overweight landing checks. And thank you so much to Julie Kazi. Thanks for the Twitch Prime. Welcome. Big round of applause for that. Thanks for the support. Thanks to our and welcome to our community. So those that just joined today, guys, so if you want to link your Discord with my Discord, !Discord, either YouTube or Twitch here as a command, you get a link, invite link, and there, as you are a member or subscriber, then you can access the subscriber files. And today I made another file for the visual approach stuff. So feel free to join. Thanks, Avimar. Good. Okay, so regarding overweight landing. So this is already done on the ground, right? So what we do is we have prepared for the engine out procedure. Now on the secondary flight plan, which we've copied, we would actually then already prepare for a return, quick return. Right, so ILS 21 left Zulu, but we'll enter no star and no via, just for the quick return. Right, you can now even go ahead on secondary flight plan performance and enter value for the approach. So you could go and enter the QNH, which is 1004. You can enter temperature 20, the wind variable 2 knots, transition, and you can even go into the charts, right, and have a look at the ILS Zulu 21 left and enter the Cat 1 minimum, 510. Again, that's all on the secondary performance page right now, not on the primary. Okay. So now we've done preparations for the engine out and for the return, and all we need to do later in flight if we return is activate the secondary flight plan, and then it should have the approach programmed, it should have the performance in there, which saves us a lot of time in the air. At Avimar, our company didn't specify exactly how much you need to do. They would just tell you it's a good idea. It's good airmanship, right? So personally, I entered a return approach, but no, I did not enter approach performance. Why? Because weather has a tendency, you know, wind, temperature, the pressure to change. So I'm going to have to check the weather return anyways when we do the approach preparations and then the briefing. So then, I would have to enter the values or correct them, right? So I would do that in flight, right? Because I come across that anyways in flight. But you can do it. Again, feel free. Again, feel free to do whatever you think you need to do. Right? It's not wrong. Okay. Good. Right. So regarding overweight landing, so we've checked engine out, procedure, engine out return, and now we're considering max landing, right? If we were above max landing weight. And so we would already, here on the ground, brief specifics regarding overweight landing. So we could say, for example, here, the max landing weight, config full, sea level, at outer temperature of 20 degrees, 85 tons. So we're well below that, right? But here's already a checked performance limit, 85 tons. We've done that. Now it says, if aircraft weight above maximum weight for landing in config full, use flaps 3 for landing. Yes, Nate, we both pilots. Even if you have 3 pilots, all 3 pilots will do the calculations. Yeah. Separately, and then they compare the values. Yeah. Right, landing distance check. We've already done that, haven't we? 2,700 meters. Checked. For approach, pack 1 and 2 off or supplied by APU. Hence my calculations with air conditioning off. Right? Now, if landing config other than full, and yes, we would be doing config 3 for landing because of overweight, right? Should we do a go around? And that's one of the very rare cases where we have to do config 1 plus F for go around. So we're approaching in config 3, go around flaps. We don't put the flaps to 2. No, in this case we do put the flaps straight to config 1 plus F. Which can be a challenge. If you're low to the ground, and imagine your single engine, overweight, you're adding go-around power, using a rudder to fight against the yaw, and then suddenly the flaps retract from 3 to 1. That's a lot of lift that you lose. That is actually a real challenge to fly. We practice that in the training, and on the 321 that's a challenge. It's doable, of course, but it's a challenge. You've got to have the right mindset for that. Good. It says speed at runway threshold VLS. Now we talked about this as well, right? So sometimes, right, you may add 5 knots. Right, in these conditions today, the approach is VLS plus 5, correct? So if the checklist says you should touch down at VLS, all the calculations here are according VLS. Now, the problem is A321 heavy, if you're at VLS and you want to make sure you don't slam it, on a 321, it's not a good idea to land at VLS, right? So you may as well add 5 knots and then fly at VLS plus 5. Hey, Mert. Exclamation mark PC specs, I think is the command. There we go. Thanks, Avimar. Oh, just specs. There we go. Thanks, Avimar. So you can calculate that, right? V approach plus 5. Right? So now you've computed that. It's fine. Include it. Checked, right? And then minimize vertical speed at touchdown. Yes, of course. Now, after main landing at touchdown, max reverse on the remaining engine, or if both engines are running, yeah, max reverse, good idea. And then after nose wheel touchdown, apply brakes as necessary. It doesn't say use max manual brakes. It says use brakes as necessary. So it's according to pilot judgment on how much runway margin he has or she has. So in this case, we have 1,000 meters, right? Hence, no need for max manual braking. use a value which makes sense. But max reverse important to save some brake temperature. And then when landing complete, brake fans on. Very important. Okay. So you can brief that, right? So we're both in the clear now, or everybody's in the clear. In case of misapproach, overweight landing. Remember that we use flaps 3, packs off or an APU. We have config 1 for go around, max reverse, and after a landing, apply brakes as necessary. And once landing is completed, brake fans on. Right. So we don't have to do the checklist anymore in flight. Save some more time, correct? Good. So then we go ahead with a briefing, right? Taxi out briefing, departure briefing, engine out briefing. We get the clearance. Everything's done. All right. So APU is already on. And then we would read a checklist. So we'd use the normal checklist, cockpit preparation checklist, gear pins covers removed, fuel quantity 9,220 kilograms, balanced, seat belts are on, ADIRs, check ADIRs down here, all nav, power ref 1003, actually it's 4 now, 1004 set 3 times checked, cockpit preparation checklist complete. Before start items. Beacon is on, fuel pumps are on, transponder on, and doors all closed, cockpit door is closed and locked, and before start checklist, parking brake is on, takeoff speeds thrust, we have 153, 153, 155, flex 63. And the final figures were checked with a load sheet. Reminder that we have NDP 1, engine up 1900. Windows doors closed and the beacon is on. And that's the before start checklist complete. Good. So I can imagine the mindset, right? You're probably looking forward to, getting back home again because the aircraft was delayed, wasn't it?
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
So now finally, I guess they had a slot time or whatever.
Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
And yeah, finally happy to get going. Right. Yeah, make an announcement to the passengers, apologize for the delay, promise that you're gonna hurry up and trying to have a short flight time back to Munich.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
So remember guys, we talked about complacency. And again, I'm not saying they were complacent in any form. No, definitely not. They did a fantastic job. I'm saying that me as a pilot, I always had to remind myself that issues, failures, trouble can happen at any time. Even if you had a year without any incidents, without any issues, no failures, right? And you feel very safe, you think, oh, the Airbus, what a fantastic aircraft, so safe, right?
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Shocks released. Brakes released, ready for push.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
But you have to keep a mindset all the time and be alert. Right? Don't get complacent. Right? Because in the end, you could have exactly that day where you have the engine failure or some other issues, right? Dual bird strike, you name it.
Cameras saved.
And I feel for the crew because I know the scrutiny that they will be under, even if they have not made a single mistake. Everything will be looked at. They will be asked, when was the last time you slept? When was the last time you had holidays? When was the last time you seen the doctor? Are you in a relationship right now? How is your relationship? So a whole lie. Everything's being turned upside down, right? You're going to have blood samples probably taken. You're going to have to do a drug test. You name it. The whole program, right? There'll be questions over questions over questions. Authorities will ask you over and over again. Right, let's start engine. Oh, we have cooling actually. Let's do dual cooling, can we? Dual cooling. Let's try that. Probably too late. No, that's fine. It's doing dual cooling. Very nice. Actually, we don't have to use the second end. Disregard. No. Dual. That's wrong. So you don't have to put the second master to on. It's just a push button on the overhead is enough to open both start valves. Lufthansa using standard engine. Yeah, usually 15 at AGL. Yeah, that's Lufthansa normally. Yeah. I know there's other airlines that do it differently. They have like 800 feet sometimes for the engine out acceleration.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Yeah, I didn't install the KOSP sense
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Right, let's start engine 2. These should be BBS sounds. Right, you may disconnect. The hand signal. Have a nice day. See you next time. Weather radar. Yeah, well, I mean, the weather currently, they're having issues at X-Plane 12 at the moment. Angry talk. Because it's not implementing the weather correctly. So especially from
tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the left. We'll see you next time. Have a safe flight.
So here, with the next rat layers and the weather injection, they don't show that correctly here, so that doesn't work. So even though the weather radar works per se, I think in the Toliss, it doesn't show anything because of X-Plane right now. They are aware of it, but yeah, all clear. Let's see the after start flows here. Trim is pretty much neutral. Flight controls full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, full left, full right, neutral. And then we'll read the after start checklist. After start, anti-ice off, ecom status check, pitch trim 0, rudder trim neutral, and that's the after start checklist completed. Next is the taxi checklist. Good, so then we get the clearance to taxi out as briefed. Left side clear, right side clear. Here comes the helm. Yeah, I can feel heavy aircraft. Do you do flap 0 landing? No. I mean, like for practice, like when you have an emergency, yeah, of course, yeah, for abnormal training, yeah. We do have all kinds of flap failure stuff. And yeah, there's also the abnormal to land with flaps locked at 0, yeah. Oh yeah, it's louder. Yeah, sorry. Sorry for that. There we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, you're right. It's loud, isn't it? How come it's so loud? That's better, isn't it? Good, so here we're going to go Charlie, and then we're going to get out to... sounds good, okay. Yeah, let me know if it's too loud or too quiet. It's sometimes hard for me to tell. Right, let's go straight out to Delta. Good, auto brake max. That and that. And then we do the takeoff config. Taxi checklist, flight controls checked, both sides, flap setting, config 1 plus F. As calculated, radar, PWS is on and auto. Engine mode selected normal, ECAM mode takeoff no blue. And that's the taxi checklist complete. Lineup checklist is next. So again, APU is switched off, that should be off as well. Right. So for me as a captain, I can only speak for myself. I'm not speaking for anyone else, any other captains. And you know, for me, at some point as I approached the runway for departure, I did my own silent review, especially with my items as a captain. So I mentally again went through the procedure for the RTO, things I have to really focus on. Thrust levers idle, reverser, listen for the call outs from my first officer regarding decel, especially make sure we're getting good deceleration. And then once we've stopped the aircraft, parking brake on, and then PA passenger attention crew and station, right? That was our first review. The other review was engine failure after we won, right? Remember, gear up, right? Try to hammer it in, gear up, very important. Rudder to counteract the yaw, pitch 12 degrees. So, of course, first of all, pitch 12 degrees, then positive rate, make sure to get the gear up. Asymmetric thrust, compensate with the rudder, trim the aircraft with the rudder. Once the rudder trim is correctly set, autopilot on. In the meantime, you could call for runway track, so select heading for runway track. And then until 400 feet above the ground, no items. Right, so the only thing you would maybe say, pull heading, select runway track. One more thing you could do as well, I would wait at 400 feet. Because you really want to concentrate, focus on purely flying the aircraft. Because then once you've reached 400 feet AGL, and I can tell you on the 787, especially with the assumed temperature method, if you didn't add thrust on the other engine, in case of engine failure, the climb out would be like, 200, 300 feet per minute. It will take you 1 to 2 minutes until you reach the 400 feet height, which is a hell of a long time. If you've just had an engine failure and you're really keen to get going with the procedure, right? Especially, let's say the engine just keeps stalling or something, right? But there's no items to do until you reach 400 feet AGL. So you focus on getting a good climb rate, the correct pitch value for the climb, gear up, and then get to the 400 feet. Port, hello, how are you doing? Back at 70s, landed flap 0. Oh, interesting, yeah. Yeah, I guess they didn't want to have you worried in this case, right? Good. Right, no traffic inbound, so let's assume we get the takeoff clearance. Cabin crew prepare for departure. slow down here. TCAS. Lineup checklist. Departure runway 21 left. Delta 12. Shift is correct. We have TCAS TARA and pack 1 and 2 off. And that's the lineup checklist complete. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, V2 can never be lower than VMC air. Yeah, 100%. Good. So yeah, let's go for the rolling takeoff here. Everyone ready? Affirm. Wind from the right. Chrono's running. Reset again. That doesn't matter. Right, take off. Manflex 63 SAS runway all across. I prefer the KOSP sounds. Thrust set. They did sound better than they. Here's some knots. V1 rotates. Positive rate. Here. Enough. There we go. Right, so we're happy hand flying it for now. So once we get the failure, I'm going to ask you guys some questions, okay? See what you would do. Right. Thrust climb. I'll do SRS still though. Why doesn't it activate? Fire. Apply now. So, oh, now? You gotta be kidding me. Toliss. Pause the sim for now. Like, why? I'm not. Maybe the APU has to be running for the fire. Can't you start the APU? Oh, come on, please. Well, there's fire. Now let's delete that. I can't start the APU. Right, let's delete that again. Let's see if I can start it now. I mean, I should be able to. Yeah, maybe if I explain, it's a good idea actually. Edit failures. Engines. Accessories. Let's LSZH APU. Lead there, no. Fire. No. Just engine fires. Okay, guys. Very simple solution. We'll take the FENIX. Simple as that. I know it's not on Neo, but it doesn't matter. We'll take the FENIX. Yeah, well, look at the nice photo, right? Yeah, Lee. I thought you'd like that one. Oh, yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, of course. Yeah, we can take the FSLabs. You're right. Yeah, good idea, MAN. Perfect. Why didn't I think of that? Silly. Yeah, correct. Hey, Alpha. Well, at least I hope there's not. I have not flown the FSLabs for a while, so I hope it's not an update. Exactly, FENIX 1 Neo. And no Star Miner, no, I don't. I'm not in any form connected to them with, you know, beta testing or whatever, right? Just change the overlay here. So we're going. Yeah, so I do want to have, you know, that experience regarding the failure. I don't want to just pretend that we have engine APU fire. I do want to have the actual APU fire with a checklist. There's been no update for a long, long time. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I mean, then I should have it. Yeah. Then I should have it. Ooh, I hope. Well, I just realized something, guys. I did install the latest NVIDIA driver, and I did notice a little bit of stuttering today in the X-plane, and I noticed a bit of stuttering here as well. So we're going to monitor the performance here, because then potentially it does have to do with the new driver, and we always know it usually is not a good idea to install the new graphics driver the day they come out. So we'll see. Airbus fan? Yeah. I guess it has to do with the initial axis settings. But I've noticed that as well. Yeah. I think I even have that on the FENIX, if I remember correctly. What we're going to do, guys, we're going to spawn in on the runway. I'm just going to load in the flight plan, do the secondary return plan. We're not going to have an engine failure, so I'm not going to bother with the engine failure procedure again. We've talked about it. We're just going to set up the aircraft quickly with the failure, and then we get airborne. MAN, it works fine for you? Okay, good. That is good to hear. So the good thing is, I know that I have Athens scenery here, and right, let's do 3, 2, 1. And then we have the, where are you? There we are. Pratt & Whitney, configure, configuration. Oh, huh? Now that's weird. Why is it LEAP? Livery. Go on. Hold on. Since the last update, SU5, I have huge issues with the livery selection sometimes. There we go. Let's take this one. Save it back. So MAN, what about the performance, FPS performance? Have you noticed anything with the FSLabs? Because the last time I tried it, I still had bad FPS performance for some reason. Oh. Set as departure. We'll change the time. You got to work with Navigraph? Nice. Good to hear. Thank you much, German Aviation Boys. Hello to you. Thanks for the raid and big shout out to you. What have you been up to? Nice, it was super fluid. Good to hear, man. Good to hear. I love how you select 2-1 left for departure and Microsoft says, nah.
You've got to be kidding me.
No, I'm not giving you 2-1 left. I'm giving you 2-1 right. Oh my god. Right, come on. Uh-oh. What's happening? That is there. Come on. Sim, it's frozen. Yeah, the sim's frozen at the moment. Oh. Hang on. There's a sign of life there. Come on. Yeah. Oh. We have like 0.1 FPS right now. By the look of things. What's happening? What is happening? Well, that's not even the scenery, strangely enough. Oh. Jesus Christ. Try that again. So this time, can I do this as departure, please? Set as departure. Right, then let's do time like this. Okay. Start flight. Try, yeah, Shift C would be, but I mean, normally it should at least start chase plane. Ready to fly? Oh. Hold on. Oh my god. Am I in? Does it take so long for you as well to load in? Okay, we're slowly getting there. We're slowly getting there. Okay, we're getting there. Hang on. Ah, nice. Okay, we're almost there. Whew. Thanks for patience, guys. Here it is. Alrighty, we are in business. We are in business. Thank you for that. Init request. Good. OFP data. What time is it here? It's 15:16. 15:20. Instant send. And then fueling is good. Boarding. Instant request. So that means now it should be all correct. 77.4. Perfect. Alrighty, we're on business now. So we have takeoff performance. So we are actually, we're on the right runway, correct? No, we're not. Oh, we are. 2-1 left. I mean, it's not the correct airport, but I don't care about the airport now. It's all about the correct runway here. So we're going to take 2-1 left, full length, dry, temperature all good, takeoff weight, calculate, air conditioning off. And there we go. Performance. Uplink the data here. Oh, hang on, disregard. Departure, 2-1 left. Insert, performance, uplink. So, NADP2. 1 actually, 1810. 3310. So all we want to do is copy the active, and then we did say new destination, Athena, and then we want to have the ILS Zulu 2 on left, no star, no via. Right, and RATNAV, I guess what we would put in here. Sierra Papa Alpha, and then care for the engine out. Happy with that. So secondary performance, we did say we do want to enter 510 for the minimum, and we'll enter the weather already. So, we'll take there we go, Lima Golf Alpha Victor, 2-1 left, dry, So it's calm, 18 degrees, 1003. Oops. Yeah, just variable 2 knots it was earlier. Config 3 we did say. Now, regarding the weights, they are now in. So let's calculate that. Yeah, again, factored low is 2,600, so good enough for quick return, overweight. All happy with that, right? Good. Then we would have the departure route here. Forward cargo? Are you kidding me? Why do you have the forward cargo open? Hang on. Are we having failures already? What is happening? Fixed it. All good. Hey, yeah. Right. Flaps 1. Oh, why is that not working? Wait a second. Ah, I know why. Because Microsoft has, of course, killed my connections again, I guess. No, that's correct. Yeah, it's fine then. It's just it just doesn't want to have the oh, hold on, stop. No. There was a menu right to controls, thrust levers, detailed sounds. Is it really like guys help? Why is that not working? Oh my god. Right, that's 0 there. How? Hang on. What do you mean go back? Where? And then? Do I use no reverse toggle hold or use reverse toggle hold? Avery. Alright, let me restart Simmer Pro then. Oh, really? Single? Really? Okay. Yeah, in Simmer Pro I have them on single because of the FENIX. Yeah, single stroke double shaft, that's what I have. Yeah. But I have a feeling it has to do with this here. Because I'm using the FENIX profile, which I shouldn't really have. Yeah, but it's not showing up. Right, guys, it doesn't matter. What I'm going to do, I'm going to use what I have here, because I can use auto thrust in flight. Yeah, no worries, MAN. No worries. Like I said, it was worth a try, but I just want to get going now, not waste more time, because it's just a demonstration about the failure itself. So now, failures. Yeah, thank you much, MAN. Appreciate that. Right, so fire protection. for... There it is, I just saw it. APU fire. Arm. Altitude. At so 2,000 feet we said, right? Okay, so there we go. It's armed. Hopefully this time it works. Alright, so briefing remains the same. We have non-flag 64 SAS runway auto thrust blue. Let's take 10,000 again here. Europe. It's still very loud, isn't it? Anyway, that's better. Oh yeah, we did say packs were going to be off initially. Good. So hand flying still. Alright, thrust climb, and we have APU fire, autopilot on. Workload reduction. So we can see here quite correctly, land as of in red. APU wasn't running, okay. So we are at stable flight in normal law. Above safe altitude here for now. So ECAM actions. So we have APU fire, push button push. Now it's guarded, so confirm. APU fire confirmed. Push. Then after 7 seconds, discharge. There we go. Discharge. So yeah, we'll have pack. Anything speaks against putting the packs on? No, I don't think so. Let's have the packs on. Let's configure the aircraft. In the meantime, let's declare a mayday. Oops. So, flap 0, speed checked. So mayday, mayday, mayday. Lufthansa 711 request level of 8,000 due to APU fire. Right, mayday is copied. Climb 8,000. Stay in tensions. Now, we already, at least the failure worked, yeah. Now, we already on the ground, remember that we said we want to have a, pre-canned decision for a quick return, okay? So, yeah, we want left-hand radar vectors for a quick return. All right, then turn left heading 040 for now. And climb 8,000. That's copied. All right, speed, out star heading. Good, guys, so now, what would you do? Now what? Right, well, the fire indication is out. We have no more checklist, strangely enough. All right, so no more action items. Status. Yeah, okay, let's go ahead. Let's look at the status. INUP systems APU. Right, remove status, ecam actions completed. Foredeck. Facts, option, risk, benefit, decision, and so on. But is there anything else we can use as you know, as well, maybe before we inform the crew. Let me just pause there quickly because this is interesting. This is quite interesting. Right, so hang on. Wrong button. Speed. Okay. So first of all, we want to increase speed, right? I don't want to fly too slow. Let's get speed 270, right? We're not sure if the fire is really out. Ah, yes. Ask the crew for their observations, right? Good idea. Now, how would you go about this? Would you call them up and say, "Did you notice any smoke in the back?" Would that be a good idea to ask it that way? What would be the better way to ask such a question to someone? So let's say we call, you know, after flight attendant here. All right. Okay, here's Nicole. 4 right, 4 left, whatever. Yeah. What's the matter? So now what? What would you say? Yes. 104th West, exactly. I would not phrase it any other way than just, have you just noticed something on departure? So Master Ogway, that's exactly what I would not ask. So what you want to try to, yeah, like you want to phrase an open question. Exactly, Nate. You do not want to mention anything like smoke, smell. You know, if you say we had an APU fire indication, did you smell something? You want to bet they're going to go, oh yeah, now you're mentioning it. Yeah, it does smell a bit. Yeah, it smells a bit burnt back here. It's a typical normal human reaction. All right, your mind can play the hugest tricks on you. All right, exactly. Confirmation bias is the word. Yeah. So, as hard as it is, I know we humans, we want to tell them exactly what happened, right? Oh yeah, we just had a fire indication on the APU because, I mean, right? I mean, how often do you have that? All right, you go, oh man, you know, we're going to do a quick return. Oh, we're going to be in the news, right? So you have to try to completely free yourself of all of that. Yeah, you're going to call in the back. So there's going to be 2 options, obviously. So one, they didn't notice anything in the back, right? APU wasn't running, so the APU is several meters behind them. They didn't hear anything. It was, you know, loud noises from outside, the engines, right, with takeoff power and the wind sounds. No, and all the fumes are going out the back, right? They're not going into the cabin. So did you notice anything? Right? Yeah, so that's exactly how you should ask. Did you notice anything on departure? Or after liftoff? And then they would say, no. Why? What's wrong? Hey, crazy man. And then I would say, keep you informed. Give me a few minutes, I'll keep you informed. Then I would call the next flight attendant, right? Maybe door 3 right, 3 left, whatever, right? If they have them, right? I would ask them. Then I would maybe ask the purser, hey, did you notice anything unusual? Right? Now, the opposite could happen as well. They could say, yeah, I smelled, there was a burnt smell, right? Oh, actually, I have to change the. We are now on Microsoft. We had to go from X-Plane to Microsoft because the Toliss wouldn't give us the APU fire. So yeah, interesting, right? It's already one of those little loop or these little holes those traps you can fall into, just by phrasing your question in a manner that then may give you an answer that may not be correct or may not be the truth, right? Yeah, exactly. That's another big point, 104th West. Also be aware, whatever you say as a captain, as a figure of authority, may lead to answers that may not be the same answers as if you have asked in an open way, right? Or if you weren't the captain that asked the question, right? So yeah, be careful with that. So open question, did you notice anything? So let's spin this now. Again, I have no idea what happened on that flight, what they called or recalled, or if there was anything unusual in flight. So let's say now that they're saying, no, I've not noticed anything. Now what? Now, let me ask you this. How quickly would you return? Would you now leave yourself more time to return? So how quickly would you return with the landing? Would you prepare the cabin in any form for an emergency landing? And then have a think about what kind of announcement you would make to the crew and the passengers. While in the meantime, I'm going to show you now secondary flight plan. I'm going to go and head it. Well, I'm already heading. So activate the secondary. Now it wants me to initialize the weights again, which we'll do. No problem. And then we should have, if I go to performance, activate approach phase, runway 21 left, Zulu, config 3, and the data's already inserted. Cool, huh? And I've already got the ILS tuned here. Bam. How cool is that? Now, I've already prepared the charts, let's say. ILS Zulu, 21 left. You would still land ASAP, okay. I appreciate your answer there. I would as well. I would assume the worst case, meaning we did have an engine fire for some reason. I would not delay the landing in any form. So I would still say to the controller, right, we're still on the emergency call, requesting fire brigade as well on the ground. We had an indication of a fire in the APU. At the moment, indications are that the fire is out. However, we cannot confirm this. So we'll make a normal landing, we'll stay on the runway, but please have the fire brigade ready at the aircraft. Right, let's descend 3000 and request the ILS Zulu 21 left. 15 miles, just idle descent is fine. Right, track correction, heading 020 to the left. Good. Quick emergency briefing. So abbreviated briefing. Because we prepared for an overweight landing already. So all we're going to brief you quickly is the approach starts. We'll stay at 3000, intercept at 3000, the ILS, around about 10 miles, 9 miles, 3-degree profile, minimum cat 1. Hang on, where's my miles again? That's not it. It is. Minimum cat 1 is 510 feet, correct. Missed approach as published and programmed in the FMS. Climbing 5,000 feet. Yeah, abnormal briefing. We're going to come to stop on the runway. We'll shut down the engines so that the fire brigade... Oh, actually, hang on. Would we shut down the engines? Another question for you guys. Okay, so normally we'd first inform the cabin crew and then make a passenger announcement, correct? So what would you tell the purser? I mean, you could do also a conference call. Maybe shut down right-hand engine only. Okay, yeah. Would be a possibility. Right, let's get some speed brakes out here. Flaps 1, speed is checked. Flaps 1. Status APU is checked. Remove status. Okay, yeah, purser. Hey, we had indication that the APU is on fire. Now we've extinguished it with our means. Indication is out. However, we ordered the fire brigade to come to the aircraft. Right, descent 2,500 feet here. But be aware, we will call out attention crew on station so that you can get up and take your evacuation positions, and then make sure that you look outside and monitor the situation inside, outside the cabin. And then if you notice anything unusual, give us a call immediately, right? Now comes the difficult part. Passenger announcements. Yeah, so right now, Airbus fan, let's say the passenger have not noticed anything and the crew has not noticed anything. No odors, no smoke, nothing unusual. They're just wondering why we're descending again, instead of flying towards Frankfurt or Munich. Exactly, Airbus fan. Yeah, that's what I would say as well. Good. Anything else? Now, yeah, passenger. All right. So, yeah, dear passengers, captain speaking. As you've noticed, we're no longer climbing. We're actually now descending back towards Athens airport. The reason is we had a unusual indication for the auxiliary power unit, which is right at the back of the aircraft. But the unit wasn't actually running. So we are unsure if it's just a nuisance warning. But just to make sure and be on the safe side, we are returning. It's a normal landing. However, we did ask the fire brigade to come to the aircraft after landing, so don't be alarmed. It's very important that you remain seated, remain calm, and follow the instructions given to you by my cabin crew. Further information once we're on the ground. Right? I would not even mention a fire indication. I would just say we had an unusual indication. Right? I know you would maybe as a passenger want to know more detail, but you're not going to get it right now. Right. Yeah, but I mean, if you don't look, they're going to know it's going to be serious. If you do a quick return, and if you say, "Oh, good, nothing to worry about," they know you're lying. Right. So you do want to tell them that, yeah, we had an unusual indication, technical indication here regarding our auxiliary power unit at the back, which is true, right? We're unsure if it's a nuisance warning or not, so we're going to land and we're going to have the fire brigade there to take us in and check the aircraft quickly, yeah, before we then decide what to do. Right? And again, the message, it is absolutely vitally important that you follow the instruction given to you by the cabin crew. Very, very important. Okay. And that's it. Are they going to be worried? Yes. Will they panic right now? I don't think so. Yeah, auxiliary power unit. Yeah, I think Flatec magazine auxiliary power unit at the end of the air or the rear of the aircraft. I think, yeah, they will know it's something technical. Or you could say maybe our little helper engine at the back at the aircraft. But again, don't overthink it, and don't try to make it too complicated, and because then you're going to start, I don't know, being lost for words, right? And yeah, whatever you do, don't mention smoke or fire, okay? And then you should be good. Right, oh yeah, we did run off front config 3 over panel here as well. Yeah, so the thing is, they know something's wrong. We've taken the safe side. We're returning. Right now, it's a normal landing. And after landing, we're going to see fire trucks. The captain said, yeah, we're going to see fire trucks. And yeah, but they're just going to check the aircraft, make sure everything's good, and then we'll continue to the gate, and you get further information, right? Again, you can never ever make everyone happy, okay? It doesn't work. And then afterwards, people will say, well, how could you not tell us the truth? Well, because you're the captain. You decided this will be the best way to inform them. And that's it. Right? You're doing your job. You just make sure that everyone gets back safely as quickly as possible. Because, yeah, potentially there could be a fire still in there. Just smoldering away ever so slowly, but you know, cooled off enough to not have the fire indication up anymore, but still smoldering, and you know, you just don't know, right? I don't think in the flight here on such a short pattern you wouldn't really look into the MEL, no. Right. Now I'm noticing MAN for me. I'm getting the stutter SCC. I don't know what it is with the FSLabs.
Minimum.
Continue. I honestly don't know what it is.
200.
It's strange.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 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 Retard.
Good, we've got spoilers. Reverse are green and decel. I'm very twitchy on the rudder. Elias, that's a completely different issue. Now, I don't know, did the Lufthansa flight, did they return? I think they taxied to the apron, right? Didn't they get like an external
auto brake off,
an external parking spot or something? Because the evacuation didn't happen on the runway, if I remember correctly. Let's see what Aviation Herald says. The aircraft taxied to the apron, where an evacuation via slides was carried out due to a strong odor in the aft cabin. Yeah, I'll talk about that in a second as well, regarding, you know, waiting for stairs or not, right? And see what options we would have. I'm just going to taxi off the aircraft, the runway here. Alright, let's pretend we're on the apron now. I'm going to set the parking brake. Flaps would have been retracted. We'd have probably made, you know, so we would have stopped initially on the runway, obviously. Fire brigade said, hey, there's no indication of a fire, there's no smoke. Hey, Elmorada, wie geht's dir? Thank you so much for the raid. We're just finishing the stream as well, Elmorada. But big shout out to you. Hope you're doing well. Ich hoffe, dir geht's gut. And yeah, we just did a little pattern here to talk about some interesting things about, you know, what potentially happens with a fire indication, and especially focus on communications. So I asked, for example, you know, if you have a fire indication and they go through the procedure, extinguishing the fire, then, you know, what kind of means do you have to get more information? Well, you could call the flight attendants on the back. And then the question is, how would you ask? How would you ask the flight attendant in the back? You know, what would you tell him or her, right? Would you say, you know, we just had a fire indication of the APU. Did you notice anything? Did you smell anything? Or would you say, hey, did you just notice something unusual on takeoff or after liftoff? Like an open question, right? So an unbiased question. So yes, of course, you would try to hey Henry, you would try to you would try to ask a completely open question, not lead anyone into any mind play. So if you say like, oh, you know, we had a fire indication, did you notice anything? And then they would think like, oh yeah, now that you're saying it, yeah, I can smell smoke, right? So yeah, we want to avoid that. We just want an honest answer. Hey, did you notice anything after liftoff, right? So then I showed how quickly the pattern is, right? And then how important it is to do certain things on the ground already regarding FMS preparations for quick return, right? How much time that saves, and also having a canned decision in case you have to do a quick return. So we're into that as well. And then questions like, you know, what would you tell the cabin crew then for preparations? What would you tell the passengers? How would you make the announcement to the passengers? And I guess it gets a nice impression on how difficult it can be when you have a time issue. You want to land really, really fast, but you also don't want to get anyone in panic. But then you want to make sure that everyone listens to instructions by the cabin crew later on. Yeah, so the Aviation Herald says, and again, I have no further information. I don't know what happened. They're going to have, I guess, an inquiry. They will find out exactly what was going on. So it just says that, yeah, the aircraft taxied to the apron, where an evacuation via slides was carried out due to the strong odor in the aft cabin. And 3 passengers received minor injuries during the evacuation. So how would that go about, all right? So, again, it could be that, well, they obviously have no APU, right? So, now you already have another problem. Can you switch off both engines? No, you can't, because then you only have battery power. And then it gets very dark in the cabin. Maybe people will then panic. You never know, right? So, there's so many things, so many questions that come up, right? With this, so you got to wait for stairs, you got to wait for ground power, okay? So then you could say, all right, yeah, let's switch off one engine, okay? Leave the other running. Let's make an announcement, okay, passengers? So we've reached the parking spot. However, we're waiting for the ground service to arrive. So we're missing our ground electric power. Hence, we have one engine remaining running. So do remain seated. Currently, with the seatbelts fastened. I'll keep you informed once the stairs and the ground power has arrived. And so on, right? So make some calm words to the passengers. Things, of course, change when suddenly you get an information. Hey, there's a strong smoke odor in the back of the aircraft, or strong fume odor in the back. And then, yeah, you ask yourself, okay, so now what? What options do you have? Okay, we could go into the evacuation checklist, right? Because we may have to do that. And the thing is, though, these days, let's have a quick look where I find that. Right. Where's my checklist here? Yeah, okay, there we go. All right, so I can show you now on the screen. So currently we have one engine running, the APU obviously in up because we discharged a fire agent in there. Yeah, I mean, it's going to tell you in the checklist what to do, right, regarding, you know, shut down engines. So all you say now, attention crew on station, right? To make sure that the cabin crew takes their evacuation positions. And then, yeah, you would call out EMA evac, start procedure. Right, aircraft, parker brake, stop on. Right, parker brake is stopped, aircraft stopped, the parker brake is on. ATC, VHF1, notify. Right, yeah, Athens ground, be aware, we need the fire brigade again, although they probably would still be around the aircraft. We may have to evacuate the aircraft, stand by. Right, cabin crew alerted? Yes, it's alerted. Good, if delta pressure not at 0, well, pressure is at 0. Disregard. All engine masters off. Well, there we go. So we have a clear call for the engine masters off. And as expected, right, we only have battery power. It gets very quiet here. Yeah, King, I know. Right, continue. All engine masters off. All fire push button, engines and APU push. What does that mean? It means that we, now on the ground we don't confirm that, we just push them, or the first officer would do that. And then it says all agent, engines and APU as required. So here we have an option. We don't have the option regarding the fire push button switches, they are coming out. However, regarding the squibs, right, regarding the agents, now we have the option, right? And I would ask, does it make sense to put fire extinguisher into the engines? Not really, right? The engines are shut down. Nope, it doesn't make sense. It only damages the engines for no reason. So negative, we'll leave them as is. And then already you come to the point, evacuation initiate, right? So evacuation required or evacuation not required. This is how quickly you reach the point. And now this is so difficult now for the captain to make the call, right? So is it life-threatening? Right, you always have to realize that an evacuation can lead to serious damage, injuries of the passengers, right? So the question is, what options do you have? Well, you have the option to evacuate. You could also do a precautionary disembarkation over the slides. So you would open the doors in flight, bring out the slides, but you would tell the passengers to then not jump into the slides, but just sit down and slide down. Right? So it takes a bit longer for the evacuation, but less likelihood of injuries. Now the question is though, you know, you're sitting here in the front of the aircraft, right? Potentially you could open a door in the hope that you may see what's going on the back, right? So you see, okay, there's no smoke, maybe, or I don't know what they had, but like, you know, there's no smoke, but there's people standing already in the aisle. It's a bit panicky, maybe. Yeah, and the flight attendant in the rear of the aircraft said, you know, there's a strong smell of whatever, smoke or fuel vapor or whatever. So potentially it could be poisonous fumes, right? So yeah, I think, you know, to then say, if I want the passengers out, I'm going to evacuate them now. Right? I'm not going to do any fancy disembarkation announcement. Just evacuate. Get everyone out within like 2 minutes, and that's it, right? Okay, then yeah, evacuation required. Passenger evacuation, passenger evacuation. You heard the command from the captain. And then off we go. Open the doors, you hear the commands, and again. So this is something for you guys to take home with you. Should you, and I hope you really, nobody ever gets into that situation, but should you be on board of an aircraft and for whatever reason an evacuation becomes necessary, please, 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 please stay calm. Listen to the instruction given to you. Whatever you do, leave your belongings on board. Don't open up the overhead bins. Don't try. Just leave things on board. You need to get out as quickly as possible, right? Now, when they call up for the evacuation, the normal procedure is as follows, right? So if the captain says passenger evacuation, the cabin attendants will not open the doors initially, right? Initially, you will hear, just like in the video, you will hear seatbelts off, leave everything, get out. And Lufthansa did German and English, right? So seatbelts off, leave everything, get out. At this point, so these commands are given, the doors are still closed, right? Why is that? Well, you want to speed things up regarding passengers to get up out of their seats, right? In the meantime, the cabin attendant check the slide is armed, right? They look through the little hole here, make sure the area in front of the slide, the door is free, and there's no fire, no smoke, right? That doesn't work here, unfortunately. But then, of course, they open the doors. Now, when they open the doors, the slides then, of course, as the door is in flight, the slides will then fall out the bottom of the or out of the fuselage and inflate. That takes a couple of seconds. That takes 5 to 10 seconds, right? It's just the way it is. Right, there's no animation, unfortunately, with the slides, but let's assume now. Yeah, Lisa, exactly, gets it in a second. So now the flight attendant has opened the door, right? The flight attendant will hold out their arm, right? They will block the way to the, well, they will not stand in front of, they will stand at the door, holding on to the handrail here, but they will give the passenger a sign to stay back, all right? Then they will check that the slide is completely inflated and that the exit is usable. Once that's the case, they will then address the passengers, jump, slide, run away, whatever the command is, right? The first couple of passengers will get the command to stay at the bottom of the slide, pull people off the slide and send them away, right? They will get some clear instructions, right? But only then you would jump into the slide and run away, okay? So with the Frontier, so from Blancaleria's channel, I was quite interested to see that video. So on the Frontier flight in Denver, apparently at the rear of the aircraft or whatever, there were 3 men that in panic or whatever, they pushed past the flight attendant. They saw the door is open. They didn't listen to the instructions. They pushed past the flight attendant and jumped out of the aircraft, and the chute wasn't inflated apparently. So they jumped into the half-inflated chute, damaging it. So apparently, again, that's just hearsay. The investigations will have to confirm that. But again, they are ignoring the instructions by the cabin crew. And imagine, sometimes it may happen that the slide doesn't inflate at all. Maybe some damage to the aircraft, whatever. The slide doesn't inflate. So would you want to jump out at this height? Like, seriously? I wouldn't, honestly, unless the aircraft is completely on fire and there's no other way out and I have to just save my life. Maybe then I would, but otherwise I wouldn't jump out of the aircraft, right? If I have other options, right? So, empty crazy, as you know. Yeah, so, you know, that kind of behavior endangers, you know, not just your own life, but lives of other people here on board, right? So my call is to appeal to each and every one of you as passengers to remember that each and every one of you has responsibility. Now, even you can say, oh, I'm just a passenger. Well, yeah, but you're on board of an aircraft that in very rare cases may encounter an emergency, and then everyone on board, crew and passengers, they have to be aware of their responsibilities, All right. And if you don't behave accordingly, if you don't follow the instructions by the cabin crew and the pilots, you're endangering yourself and others on board, right? Now, what potential options regarding the hand luggage? We've talked about this many times on the stream. So people trying to get their laptops out and their huge bags, whatever, right? It still happens. Are we going to change people? I don't think so. Because you will have people saying, well, some people are in panic, and then their hearing goes, they don't listen anymore, and they're just in panic, and they want to grab their belongings. You can't blame them. Okay. I guess we have to accept that. Okay, well, what's the other option? If you don't want people to take their belongings from the other bin, yeah, you could potentially lock them. There is actually, I know that there was a company, or maybe even a couple of companies, that tried already a system that locks the bins during takeoff and landing. All right, so that you can't open them, unless you're like, let's say, above 10,000 feet or something, or unless the seatbelt sounds are switched off, right? So that could be a potential solution for that. However, then you're going to have someone say, but what if I have my life important medicine in there, and I have a heart condition, and after lift I forgot to take it out, and I have to access my, you're going to have all kinds of arguments coming in, right? And I read on one of the aviation posts, I read, well, then don't allow any more hand luggage on board at all. Well, is that a solution? No, because again, you're going to have people needing some little bag or something to get their medicine in there, right? So you got diabetics, people with heart problems, you name it, right? They need their medicine. You can't take that away from them, right? So it's difficult. I don't know. Personally, I don't think there's going to be any changes anytime soon in that regard. I think you can only still continuously appeal to people to stay sensible, listen to the instructions, and then just hope that that these evacuations continue to be successful. But I don't know. I'm not the authorities, right? I don't know what's going to happen in the future. But yeah, I can only appeal to each and every one of you. First thing, try to remain calm. I know it's difficult in that kind of situation, but try to breathe, normally, keep calm, collected, and just listen to the instructions. That's all you have to do. The cabin crew is so well trained, they will take care of you. They will even come to your seat and try to help you out if you can't get up on your own, right? So, they will do whatever they need to make sure you get out safely, right? So just trust them. Yeah. Hey, I would take maybe is my hat if I had it with me. And if it's cold outside, maybe my jacket, I don't know. But I mean, so the only thing I'm concerned then is I have to take the command outside of the aircraft until authorities are there at the aircraft, right? So, right. But yeah, I'll leave everything on board, right? If anything, maybe if it's nighttime, maybe I'll take a flashlight or something, right? Yeah, the cabin crew would probably take some first aid equipment with them or something, but otherwise, yeah. Yeah, Lisa, the thing is though, we had the discussion, and I take the point as well that if you then go in front of a court and then someone says, well, I was in panic, I wasn't myself. Anybody in my situation could panic. It's not fair that I get sued, or yeah, megaphone, yeah, exactly, Kevin. Yeah, megaphone would be a good idea. All right, again, I don't think any big changes are coming. So I know you guys, you will know now what to do. All right, and be sensible. Take your own responsibility. And by that I mean, to stay calm and listen to the crew. Right? That is how you act responsible on an aircraft. Aviamar, well, I mean, honestly, the slide starts right here. So the worst thing is that if you kind of, instead of jumping forward, you kind of jump down, yeah, you may just hit your backside on the ledge there. Not nice, but I mean, you're still going to hit the slide and slide down, right? You're going to get out. Oh, it's the IR system. Oh yeah, Flying Lisa, I agree. You know, if you see the fire brigade outside and the ambulances, so I mean, there's no point in taking, you know, megaphone or you know, any first aid kits with you. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the megaphones, I would say so too. The megaphone really would be more sensible if you ditched the aircraft somewhere on an open field, and they had to wait for emergency service to arrive. Then I guess you know, megaphone would make sense. But yeah, if you're on the airport, it doesn't. Master, honestly, for us, when I was flying the A320, we did not use the evac command. So this thing here, so all this does is that only the captain would now be able to use that evac button there, and then you have, I guess, some sound coming and maybe some automatic announcement coming up, and that is to prevent the purser, the cabin crew, or at least the purser, to accidentally evacuate the aircraft, right? Now, we did not use that switch because there was a clear distinction between a normal process leading to an evacuation. So you have attention crew station, and then at some point either cancel alert or you know, evacuation. But there's also a case where if you like ditch the aircraft in water, or the aircraft is you know, broken apart or something, and you know, for the flight attendant, it's absolutely 100% clear the aircraft needs to be evacuated, and there's no command coming from the cockpit. Well, then they would of course evacuate on their own as well, without the command from the cockpit. But those are very rare cases, right? But they are trained for that, yes. Yeah, so Matt, we initially flew on X-plane. So if you look back on the replay, the first part was X-plane, and then yeah, we tried to do the APU fire on the Toliss in X-plane, but it didn't work. We couldn't activate the failure. And I did want to. We talked so much about the failure and you know, what to do, and then yeah, I wanted to demonstrate that, so we jumped into Microsoft Flight Sim. That's why. Yeah, normally, yeah, this would be normally on Captain only, yeah. At least to my knowledge. But again, we didn't use that. Yeah, Matt, no worries. All right, guys, thank you so much. Look at that. It's already now, what time is it? 11:30. So already 4.5 hours again stream, right? Good. Right, guys, my dear moderators, thank you so much for all the help. How time flies. My dear friends, thank you so much for the resubscriptions. Thank you so much for the new memberships that came in today. Also, a big thank you to Nate. Nate Flies for the 5 gifted, and also Aviamar to you as well for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, everyone. I will be back on Saturday. I may release a video in between regarding visual approaches again, to make a tutorial video. maybe potentially there may be a stream in between on short notice, but I can't promise that. So I've got to wait to see how my personal schedule develops over the next couple of days. But on Saturday for sure, and we're going to start a little bit earlier. So Saturday it's going to be 1500 UTC. And then we'll make sure that we do something fun on Saturday. Probably maybe some group flight again, if you're up for it. You understand by exactly, I mean. So yeah, definitely do think about a group flight again on Saturday, right? Yeah, we'll find something fun to do. We've got 2 new airports, Porto I want to look at, and also Heraklion we can have a look at on Microsoft Flight Sim. Excellent. Right, guys, here comes the outro. So have a great remaining week. For those in Germany, have a fantastic holiday tomorrow. Hang on, so Charity Aviation by G. Snyder. When I started my career as a flight attendant, we could command evacuation when imminent. Now we have to request, Thursday. Yeah. But again, you have your clear instructions anyway, so you know what to do. Excellent. Thank you so much, everyone. See you soon, guys. Here's the outro. Thank you. Good night.